If I gotta go early for you guys, get back to being early, 9 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning recording. Try my best to stay on schedule with you guys, to be consistent. But other than that, I'm here. I'm human. I got family and friends I got to tend to. But other than that, I love you guys. I appreciate you guys showing love, coming to the chat, representing. Love you guys' ideas and thoughts. Appreciate everybody. But Spencer Pratt? California needs that man. They need him. House got burned down. Man homeless. And they giving him a hard time. Giving this man a hard time. Like he lying about living where he's living or how he's living. Crazy. But other than that, let's get into it. Name of the show is Deunta Red and Rave. I'm here to do it. Let's go ahead and share what's going on.
What are Pratt's chances, do you think? Polls aside, what do you think?
Well, I think he's going to be in the runoff, and I think it's going to be between Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt. And a lot of this really just has to do with the fact that LA is a mess right now. I have an employee here who was in his car in downtown LA 2 nights ago and was shot at, and his car got hit. He's thankfully okay. But 10 years ago, 15 years ago, downtown had this renaissance, and people were moving down there. Restaurants were opening up, businesses opening up, and it was really a place to go. It was a destination. And now, the sense people have outside of that area is you're crazy to go downtown. Why would you do that? So that is a kind of a glimmer of what's going on in this city. Homelessness is terrible right now. We just have a real problem here. And then when you hear people say, oh, it's gotten better, it's sort of like, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? But this city is a mess. And I think that Spencer Pratt has struck a chord. That said, I will say this. I do think experience matters. Experience of running a big organization.
Yeah, experience matters.
He doesn't have that. And I think that is something people should think about, but they don't. They think about campaign ads. They think about...
Good morning, everybody in the chat. Good morning.
They think about their upset. But right now, this city is not functioning well, period.
So that was had a rough night.
I care about safety, safety, the lights being on, potholes.
Okay.
What a mayor should care about. If it's legal, I'm gonna be enforcing. You can't be smoking. I don't want you smoking in front of kids at the park.
Oh.
I'll be enforcing. If you're smoking that in front of a kid at a swing, I'll be getting you as mayor. No more drugs around kids at parks and schools, in front of daycares. Even if it's a legal pot, we need to have a society of consequences again. I never thought growing up I could smoke a blunt in front of a kid at the park. Now that happens. Moms do not want their kids that are...
So we got to talk about this fascinating interview between Spencer Pratt, who's running for mayor of Los Angeles as a Republican, and Bill Maher, who claims to be a classical liberal. He claims to be a liberal that still has some common sense, who's still living in reality, who's not super woke. That is what he claims to be, okay? And Bill Maher has a lot of complaints about the Democrat Party, and you would think that somebody like Spencer Pratt will be right up his alley.
I'm fan you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
The ones that, again, identify as actually liberal, the real definition of the word liberal, they claim not to be crazy, right? They claim that they're not like the left, but they continue to vote for the left. And I think that's probably the biggest issue with these people, okay? And I think that Spencer Pratt probably has a great chance of reaching those people. I think in his interview with Bill Maher, Spencer Pratt laid out clearly why is it that socialism is the wrong direction for California to go in. In fact, socialism is the problem with California because with socialism comes corruption. And the rich in California, right, the liberal rich in California love socialism because they use socialism as a means of enriching themselves.
Well, here's what's happened. Socialism has captivated people because everyone has, this is my thought.
Sure.
I feel like people are all hyped on socialism because they're like, everything's
Good
so
morning,
expensive.
Lucas.
America's failed. Give me money. But what they're forgetting is all the people that these socialists are saying they're taking the money and give it, they're going to leave. And then they're not going to have any money to take from these people to give to you. I keep telling people the way we get you money is stopping the socialism, letting the successful rich people build businesses, build restaurants, put money into your pocket because there's more jobs, there's more opportunity. That's how we actually get you more money. To lie to you and tell you, we're going to tax these rich people. We already tax so much in LA, in California. I can't even comprehend taxing more. What's happening is we tax these people and then other rich people.
That's crazy. You got Samuel L. Jackson, other celebrities that don't even live in LA. Well, they live in LA, but don't live with a part of LA where it's affecting them. Where the mayor is not doing her job, but yet they tell you the mayor is doing a good job. Y'all don't live where the mayor is doing her job at, and she's doing a piss poor job at that. There was no way LA should have burnt down like that, and then they keep on saying climate change. Really? Crazy. Let's continue.
Champagne socialists, scammers steal that money because they're all connected to the people taxing it. And then the people that should see the money, the communities, the Boys and Girls Clubs, the parks, the actual infrastructure doesn't see that money because different rich people stole the money that was being taxed from the rich people. So I actually feel like Robin Hood because I'm coming in and I'm going to say, where's all this money? We're done with everyone stealing.
Again, these celebrities are sin-offs. They're not living the life that we live, period. They're not living the life that we live. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Name is Deunta. Really appreciate that. I go live in the morning. I do long form, short form videos. I try to do it all, get the information out there to you guys. Thank you for subscribing. Let's continue. But the rich people don't live like that, how we live. They live in a bubble, sending these voters off. Stop lying to these voters. Karen Bass is bad.
Tax money, we're going to actually put it to the people that have turned to socialism because they say America doesn't work. It doesn't work if we let people steal all the tax money and we have no accountability and transparency.
And you know, I mean, look, I mean, you're not the first guy to say these kind of things. It's all who can actually do it, who can stand up to what is going to come up against you when you actually try.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's continue.
But really, I mean, this
promise you,
okay, and I hope you are.
I am the one. I hate these people so much.
I know.
When you said don't be so personal, it's personal for me.
Yeah, see, seeing that, you heard that. Perfect explanation of why socialism basically is just a wealth redistribution scheme to the liberal rich, right? That's actually what it means, okay? These socialists claim that they want to tax the rich, right? And redistribute the wealth to the poor, right? But they really just redistribute the wealth to the illegal immigrants, first and foremost, because they need illegals to vote for Democrats, right? This is what they need. And they also need illegals because they want the country to be less white, right? For their cultural Marxist agenda, right? So yes, the illegals, they get the wealth, and the people who don't want to work, they get the wealth as well too. And the rich liberal elite, okay, the nonprofits, okay, who benefit from socialism, who benefit from the government handouts to solve problems that they cause, right? They also get rich as well too. Okay, so again, you redistribute wealth from productive people, people who actually make an honest living, who got rich in an honest way, actually, building something good for society, doing good things for society. You take from those people and you make people who are already rich richer, who don't do anything for society, who are agents of chaos, and illegals and people who don't want to work and contribute, right? That's typically kind of how it goes, right? That is what happened out in California, okay? And I think that Spencer Pratt is doing a great job of sticking to the core issues, right? Not getting off on these side projects, right? These things that don't really matter that much. Sticking to the core issues that are plaguing the lives of everyday people. Quality of life issues.
Right. Get rid of the homeless. Get rid of the illegals. Help the homeless. Get rid of the illegals. I don't understand how people don't see how the Democrat Party is trying to replace votes with the illegals. They don't live here, and they came here bogus. How they get here bogus and they can vote? But yet, when you live in America and you're a felon, you can't vote. But yet, these people breaking the law, come in here, don't live here, and you want them to vote. The Democrat Party is sickening. Man, I'm glad I left that plantation. On the real, I'm glad I'm Republican. MAGA first, baby. America first. Man, this is crazy. They have been voting, bro. Where you been? The league. I'm gonna show you they have been voting. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna let this video continue. The illegals have been voting. Period. They didn't stole. They got ballot boxes. They didn't prove that they've been ballots. I'm gonna just show you the video. Forgive me for Brandon Raven.
Issues is what I call
I'm gonna
them.
show you.
And I think that's part of the reason why
second.
Spencer Pratt is surging in the polls to the point where he took the lead in one shock poll. I mean, it was essentially statistically tied, okay, because it was all within the margin of error. But still, I mean, being a Republican leading in a major poll, right, in the Los Angeles mayor's race is something to congratulate, right? Like that's an accomplishment. Clearly, this man is effective, and I think part of the reason why is because of exchanges like this.
It's interesting to talk to somebody who didn't take an interest in politics until recently, and I've encountered this phenomenon before. You know where? Strip clubs. You ever talk to a stripper about politics? It's awesome because they don't know what the right answer is supposed to be, and you know what they come out very often? More conservative. They're like, why should I I work hard for my money. Why should that be it's like, and I'm like, that's what conservatives say. Oh no, I'm a liberal.
Paxton says about 58. Now, a groundbreaking release from the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. His office found nearly 95,000 people registered to vote, but not U.S. citizens. Paxton says about 58,000 non-citizens have voted in at least one Texas election dating back to 1996. Only a small handful have been prosecuted since 2005. Last year, the state attorney general announced a significant voter fraud initiative.
Think you're a liberal, but you just don't know about anything. You don't know the issues. You don't know stuff like that. And this is just your reaction to stuff. Taxes, no taxes on tips. I'll vote for Trump tomorrow because that's the issue that's important to them. You can't blame people for that, people.
Well, I mean,
The new information tonight relating to last year's presidential election. Wisconsin election clerks referred 46 instances of suspected fraud and voting irregularities to prosecutors. In total, 127 cases of potential fraud or irregularities covering several elections were referred to prosecutors between September 13th of 2024 and then November 5th of this year. The report did not identify anyone by name, though, or case depositions or who they were attempting to vote for. Now, voters here do not register by political parties, so it's impossible to determine whether these voters were Republicans or Democrats. The report contains only cases of potential fraud that the Wisconsin Election Commissions are aware of.
That's what most people are going to say, right? Most people personally don't want to be taxed, right? They don't want to be taxed, and most people are kind of socially liberal. So that's what most people fall. The problem is that Democrats have moved very, very, very far away from that, right? Socially and economically.
We're all just trying to live our own lives.
It's 21 next. It is Friday, and it's time for some voting controversy. Let's bring Andrew Klein in here. So the story comes out. The U.S. Attorney's Office has
I like
filed
Blue
charges,
fan. Thank you.
somebody, a 50-year-old from Philadelphia, accused of being an illegal immigrant who has voted in the 2024 election. Get us up to speed, and then we're going to talk about some political fallout. Andrew.
Yeah, Joel D. So it is, as you mentioned, a 50-year-old man from Philly, or was living in the Philly area. His name is Mahadi Sacco. So again, said to be living in the country illegally. He is charged with fraudulent voting in the 2024 election. So The DOJ had noted that he was actually ordered to be deported in 2000. So more than 25 years ago, he was ordered to be deported by the DOJ. Obviously, did not leave the country and ultimately was able to find a way to register to vote. He posed as a legal U.S. citizen.
Okay, in the chat you said the legals don't vote in the federal elections. I just proved to you they vote in state and federal elections. The legals are voting. They shouldn't be doing that. Come on, chat. Come on, Joe. Let's continue.
They're important to. You just have to hope that these, and I think you're onto something. This is why everybody's asking me about you. People are having the same feeling. You know, you're not a guy who overthinks this, and they're not. And that works better. This is a state that is constantly overthinking everything and overregulating everything. Trust me, I know. I did whole bits about how
The answer is that it's unanswerable. That is the problem. States are not allowed right now to prove if somebody claims on that simple form that they're a citizen, they can vote. They're not allowed to prove whether it's true or not. We all know intuitively that a lot of illegals are voting in federal elections, but it's not been something that is easily provable. We don't have that number. This legislation will allow us to do exactly that. It will prevent that from happening. And if someone tries to do it, it will now be unlawful, and the states will have a mechanism to prove whether they are or not. And to suggest that this is some sort of revenge tour is kind of a silly notion. What we are doing, what we explained here over and over, is that we have a constitutional responsibility. We have an obligation to the people that we are elected to represent, to every citizen in this country, to ensure that our elections are secure. That should not be, as was said earlier, a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. It should not be partisan. The answer is that it's unanswerable. That is the problem. States are not allowed.
solar turned on. Solar is something they want you to have.
But now they're taxing you, I think, for having it.
They are?
I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
I don't need to know about solar. You know,
Okay,
I need to focus on making sure the moms are safe and the animals are not being abused. That's my party.
I know, but if you're the mayor,
The solar panels, that's going to be somebody I'm hiring. That's my deputy mayor is going to worry about the solar panels.
no, Spencer, I got bad news. If you're the mayor, you're going to have to learn some of these issues more.
Solar panels. We're about 3 years from worrying about solar panels. We need to get all the naked drug addicts off of the sidewalks, and then I can worry about solar panels.
But we can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
With the state of LA right now, the solar panels, you can spit that gum out. I love the idea of getting the drug addicts treatment and giving them job opportunities. And if we need more solar panels, personally, I think we got to investigate the LADWP, why you even need a solar panel. You pay so much money for regular electricity that we got to check why our rates are going up 10% plus every month, and we're not getting better electricity. Alkaline water is not coming out of our tap. So I'll get back to you on the solar panels, but it's a little. My total poll is make sure people don't have home invasions every single night.
Right.
Make sure you're not losing your pole suspension because we haven't fixed a road. I'm basic. That's why I'm resonating. Common sense, basic stuff. People that are struggling to live in LA right now because it's so expensive and they're stepping in human poop, they don't care about your problem with the solar panel right now. But they may, once I get rid of the poop and I make it more affordable to live, then they may want solar panels. But like my schedule, I'm going to do this for 8 years. So we got a lot of time to learn about your issues.
8 years.
I'm going to be mayor for 8 years.
Yo, I love this answer so much. I love this answer so much. Right? Again, this guy is the best thing that happened to politics in a long time because he's just like, he's so normal, right? Like, he's smart, but he articulates himself like a normal person in a way that normal people understand and normal people get. What he's telling Bill Maher is that, listen, I'm not concerned about these niche issues, right? Like solar panels, right? I'm not concerned about that. LA needs the basics, right? I'm concerned about the basics. We don't have the basics down, right? We don't have clean streets. We have homeless people. We have drug addicts everywhere. We have crime. It's a city of chaos. We're living in chaos right now. And while we're living in chaos, we don't have time to worry about these niche issues, right? We don't have time to worry about solar panels. We're not there yet. I love this. Why? Because you have to get the basics right, right? If you get the basics right, everything else falls into place. If you clean up homelessness, if you clean up crime, if you take care of the basics, if you fix the roads and fill the potholes, right? Quality of life stuff. If you just make it enjoyable to live in a city, everything else falls into place, right? Everything else falls into place. Businesses pop up. People move back. People have higher quality of lives. They actually take advantage of the resources that the city has to offer, the government programs that they have to offer, all that stuff. You max out that stuff. Okay,
Mr. Rick, welcome to the chat.
Of the basics. Okay.
Good morning.
And then you deregulate, you cut taxes, you incentivize more investment, right? You maximize what people are getting for their tax money. That's what you should be doing. That is what he's talking about. He said, let me actually get the basics right. Because that is what a vast majority of the tax money is supposed to go to, right? You're paying an exorbitant amount of taxes.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning.
You got naked homeless people across the street from schools, but you're paying 50% of your money to the government, right? You're giving away half of your paycheck. But you got homelessness everywhere. You got addicts on the beach. I will never forget the first time I went to LA. It was a shithole, right? I mean, like the beaches, you had drug addicts everywhere. Like it was terrible. And it's a different type of homelessness too, right? Like these people, like there's like levels to like the insanity of homelessness, right? Like in LA, it's like that, it's crazy. So
I'm finna show you what he's talking about. Here you go, right here.
By the day, leading many to say winds of change are taking LA by storm in ways nobody thought possible, which means those living on the streets here are finally about to get some help.
We saw people coming back just hours after police cleared out this encampment, setting up blue tents, just like this blue tarp behind me here. This is part of a reoccurring problem. People tell me they've reported crews come out, they clean it up, and then within hours, people are back on the streets.
You said that your goal was to end street homelessness in LA by 2026. It's now 2026.
And we haven't ended it.
We have not ended it, and we're not close to ending it. How are you so off?
Well, they're not homeless.
You think they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. We are growing. We're growing. Thank you. Subscribe, and share.
Be on the street.
Sometimes they don't want to be in homes. They don't want to follow rules or be inside, and it's already dangerous at times in the night. It's just a lot of gang affiliation.
You promised that it would go away 100%, and it's only gone down about 17.6%.
Right.
So why should people trust you that you're going to be able to get to the 100%?
Because let me just tell you, for the first time, we've had a decrease at all.
Look at this, a whopping 40% of some people in these expensive programs sadly get nothing out of them. But while some people say this is because of a lack of leadership and others say these programs just can't work, the reality is they're doing what they're supposed to do if the goal of all of this spending is to create perpetual poverty. Because you see, every person living on the streets in a city like LA isn't viewed as someone in need, but is rather seen as a dollar sign to the homeless industrial complex, pulling the strings of elected officials who are all too thrilled to announce ever increasing amounts being spent on this crisis, but then do absolutely zero follow-up to make sure there was a successful outcome at the end of these millions sent off to who knows where. And how exactly is a program supposed to succeed if no one's checking to make sure it's not failing? Well, that's the question residents in Los Angeles are now starting to ask, and they're doing it by daring to throw their regime leader, Karen Bass, under the bus for broken promises, which haven't helped the homeless one bit, while people start waking up to the fact that battling the federal government tooth and nail on everything just leads to overall levels of crime that are totally unsustainable and don't improve things for anybody. Which brings us to the real reason so many people are living on the streets in these encampments year after year. We've got perpetual crime going on in LA, and we've got perpetual funding for something none of the people getting the money ever want to see disappear. But that right there might soon change, as business owners in certain parts of the city are sick of seeing everything they've worked for totally taken over. But hey, at least customers can still enter these businesses if they can find the entrance before the place closes for good because it can't afford to stay. Because we're now at a point where California's unaffordability is being driven by the lawless siphoning of free electricity from the city, which just jacks up electric bills for those who pay taxes through the nose to solve problems they've been told to permanently accept. But wait a second, LA's mayor, she's on the record telling voters just a couple of years ago that today we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
When you talked to Jay Tapper in 2023, you said that your goal was to end street homelessness in LA by 2026. It's now 2026.
We haven't ended it.
We have not ended it, and we're not close to ending it. How are you so off?
Well, basically, when I said that, it was at the beginning of my term. I am very committed to achieving that goal. I didn't anticipate some of the bureaucratic barriers that I...
Really? So it's other people. There are external forces that stopped me from keeping a promise, and the fact that I couldn't keep it is everyone else's fault. What a convenient excuse, blaming other people for promises I campaigned on and have not kept. But as you're about to see, the real problem with these socialists and their ideas is that they're just totally backwards. The way they want to fix problems can't work. In fact, these folks already have
Right, she did all that
bogus.
bogus stuff, but then she's gonna blame climate change. That's crazy. You're gonna blame the weather. No, they needed water. Let's continue. They needed water.
Right now
Climate
to help
change.
the homeless in Los Angeles, but nobody seems to want to use them for some reason.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, they're not homeless.
Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They're choosing to be on the street because they don't want rules.
Oh, interesting. So here we have a totally different viewpoint of how to look at a crisis that just seems to never go away no matter how much money is thrown at it with zero accountability. People are saying that there are individuals who choose to live in a manner that has them in dire straits, and that's sad. They don't know they're making the wrong choice. Someone should go help them, but since we don't have any accountability, since we just throw money to these programs, we're enriching people that are supposed to be solving a problem, but they're not checking on the problem. They're not actually giving anybody a helping hand. No one's communicating to the people that are in need how much need they're actually in. And before you scream into your television that this attitude is some sort of right-wing conspiracy, listen to what actual people are saying about the homes that are built for the homeless. Homes which cost all kinds of money and don't seem to accomplish anything.
Itzel Mendez lives right across the street from the future tiny home village near Sierra Vista Avenue. She says the project is bringing fear, not relief.
A little bit scary, you know. Sometimes they don't want to be in homes. They don't want to follow rules or be inside, and it's already dangerous at times in the night.
Wow.
We hear them fighting.
Neighbors tell us last year this area was filled with tin.
Wow. So here you have a woman whose neighborhood is about to be home to a future tiny home village. But since the way that these programs are run involves just throwing a bunch of money at something to build something, there's no accountability, there's no law enforcement, there's no public safety. Residents are worried that the neighborhood they're in, which was just subject to some improvements, is going to get worse. And that's because of lawlessness, which is the reason people are allowed to build an encampment where there's not supposed to be one, which is why people are hacking into power lines, which they aren't supposed to do, and which is why shoplifters and petty thieves are never sent to jail, which enables a person who wants to live on the street and doesn't want to obey any rules to continue doing so and to self-fund their lifestyle. In addition to all the funding, the local government is pouring into this with absolutely zero results.
You promised that it would go away 100%, and it's only gone down about 17.6%.
Right.
So why should people trust you that you're going to be able to get to the 100%?
Let me just tell you, for the first time, we've had a decrease at all.
Wow. So the theory here is that any decrease at all is success. There were no decreases. Nobody was ever helped off the streets in California's past, ever. There were never any decreases until I came along, and even though we have a small one, which is nowhere near what I promised people, when the reality of this situation is that the homeless crisis here is government inflicted. Watch this.
This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our city is perpetuating.
Take his food stamps away.
$4 billion to house.
Hey, I don't have food stamps. I have a job, and I have a wife, and I live in the house. So, whoever this KG is in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the channel, man. Other than that, let's continue.
These 40,000 people.
I love my hat.
There are spots for all of these people. They are choosing.
But where are you going to move?
Well, I just released a 9-minute video, so you can.
I think I saw your video.
So,
yeah.
So it's very detailed.
But it's going to take time to build the facility and money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
These people can literally. I went to Washington and I saw miles of the most insane prefabricated housing and building. I asked all the CEOs of these companies, say, how long does this take? I met with FEMA and HUD. 3 days. 3 days.
Oh.
And all of this is cheaper than trying to take over, kick home, senior citizens out of their buildings. This is what happens. They kick them out, and then the engineers
definitely know he's a liberal.
4 years. This is LA. This is LA's time table.
Where's this facility going to be?
Right, just an insult. No, nothing. Just insult.
So, instead of building a residential facility with zero rules and zero accountability and zero law enforcement in the middle of a sanctuary city where you have residential neighborhoods, the plan here is to build a very similar facility just in a place where people do not have the ability to go back to the lifestyle that they don't know is actually not the best for them. If you have one of these tiny home villages set up in the middle of an inner city and you got crime all over the place, well, there's going to be some people who just can't seem to get away from the criminal activity, can't seem to get away from the stores that they're stealing from, can't seem to get away from the gangs and other people they might be running with on the streets. I mean, you have to take somebody out of that environment if you want them to understand how bad it is for them. And you know something? This is what you or I would do if we had a friend or relative who was living on the streets or living in a tent somewhere. We would go find that person. We would locate them. We would haul them.
Right, Pratt not a politician, so that makes it even more better. You know, when it comes to him getting LA back on track. He's not part of the regime. He's not part of the party. He's a regular guy like us.
Out of there gently, of course, because they're our friend, they're a relative. We would bring them away from that environment. We would get them cleaned up. We would feed them. We would care for them. And we would stage an intervention in that person's life. But none of the millions spent on quote unquote helping people does any of that. And if you're not going to spend money to help people get out of a problem and you're just giving money to that problem, whatever it is, how do you expect it to go away?
They describe dealing with everything from thefts to fires before the city cleared the encampment.
That's terrible.
For some people who live here, safety is still a concern.
It's just a lot of gang affiliation. And I feel like bringing homeless close would just make it worse.
Sad.
They used to actually set up right there, and they would like start fires for no reason.
But this is something nobody in charge of this city wants you or I to hear. How residents say that, you know what, if you're going to allow rampant lawlessness and you're going to try to convince people not to be part of that, you're going to set them up with a free place to live right in the middle of all of it, it might not work. They don't want to hear that. And they certainly don't want us hearing that and thinking about these disastrous results being tied to disastrous policies that do not help the very people they are named after. And when you hear about gangs and gang activity, don't forget that LA is a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state where the leaders have vowed to do just about everything they can to resist federal law enforcement. This is something that just puts the general public at risk. And that includes people who are living on the streets and who are imprisoned in their own city, which is terrible. But you know what? The federal government, they've got an easy solution, a common sense solution for this. And when you hear what it is, you're going to wonder why more people
I don't want ICE in
excited
LA.
about it.
Nobody wants ICE in LA except Karen Basura, apparently, because the way you keep ICE out of LA is by enforcing the law, not defying it. I look at what Mayor Lurie did in San Francisco, clearly no friend of the Trump administration, but he called the president and made a deal. He vowed to have SFPD crack down on crime, and the president vowed to keep ICE out of the city. And notice what you don't see? No riots, no crazy videos of ICE agents having chaotic arrests. That's how it's done. Why is it that only certain cities...
When Obama did the same thing, the porter-in-chief, there was no riot. There was no nothing going on. They actually did a ride-along with the ICE agents. ABC News did a ride-along with the ICE agents No protest, no nothing going on. No chaos. Tom Homan, the same guy that Obama had that Trump got. Make it make sense, you guys. That's crazy.
Cities are having all this chaos with ICE. They are in a lot of cities, but there are only problems in places like LA and Minneapolis. It's not a Democrat-Republican thing. Memphis doesn't have chaos. Liberal San Francisco doesn't have the chaos, unlike LA. So what's the common denominator?
Good one, Critical. How you been, man?
Using their city, their residents, their businesses as fodder for their political grandstanding.
Wow. It's part of an anti-American movement when you have these sanctuary cities and all this rioting going on here. And the contrast that he brings up is huge because San Francisco is starting to turn around. It's going to take time. People said 2024 was rock bottom for San Francisco, but the mayor is out there getting rid of unproductive, homeless industrial complex facilities. He's out there telling residents that we're not going to tolerate crime on our streets, not as parents, not as taxpayers. It's over. And what are they doing? They're helping people get out of the streets. They're helping people get out of those environments. This is better for the homeless. This is better for the residents. And at the exact same time, since crime is now being cracked down on and lawlessness is something the police are now allowed to deal with, the president doesn't have to send ICE in there. But this whole movement, this whole anti-ICE thing, this whole open borders thing, what is it? It's got a lot in common with the homeless industrial complex, doesn't it? We saw a whole complex of asylum-related caretakers doing the exact same thing, getting all kinds of government money to care for unlimited amounts of people in a crisis they hoped would go on forever. And you have two of these things going on at the exact same time in Los Angeles. You've got funding from the local government. Do you think those in charge of all of that money want to see it go away? No. So they love the fact that California is a sanctuary state. They love the fact that LA is a sanctuary city. And it's the same thing with the homeless industrial complex here. You've got an entire industry that is dedicated to solving something it directly benefits.
The Democratic Party never switched. They still been the party of slavery, corruption, lies, and to stay in power, period. When it comes to the people in Congress and Senate, they've been in power longer than anybody as far as Republicans, period. The Democrats have been in power longer than Republicans. And this is why we are going down the drain. But we got Trump, so it's going to get better. We got to keep on voting with common sense, facts over feelings.
I mean, the conflict of interest here couldn't be greater. That doesn't mean we shouldn't spend money to help people, but it does mean there needs to be accountability and there needs to be actual outcomes. And this is what they're talking about in San Francisco. They're saying, you know what? We spend all this money, but the outcomes aren't there. So why are we spending the money if people aren't actually getting help? This is the way we need to start thinking about this.
The Olympics coming, and everybody in the government wants LA to be the #1 most beautiful city. They will work with me to give me the land I need.
So you're going to move these 40,000 people somewhere, and you're going to have this facility up in, you said, how long?
Here's what you got to realize.
90
He
days?
said the View shows indoctrinate a whole lot of people, man. Whoopi Goldberg and Joe Behar are, man, and they names Whoopi, Joy, and Sunny, and they all bitter old witches.
60% of them,
happy names, but they bitter as hell.
Are not from Los Angeles. They're not from California. These people have been bussed in by scam rehabs, scam NGOs, scam homeless nonprofits. These people, So what you have here is you have an industry that relies on people. You have people who have a social security number, and once that person winds up in your care center, you can start billing for them. That's what you have here. You have people who are looked at not as somebody who's in need, but as somebody who is a potential paycheck for whoever's running the care center. That cannot be allowed to stand. You can't bring people to a place where there's money available for them. You just have to have a like, what kind of a scam is that? That is a scam. That's a scam upon the people that are trapped in these poverty-inducing conditions and will never be able to get out of them. That's a scam on the people who are paying for it, and it's all being done to enrich people. This is what we've seen with fraud in America.
Subscribe, you guys. Thank you. We are growing.
That revolves around treating people or unknown people just to get the money this country needs during a time of unaffordability. And where's it all going? It's going to these blue cities that have the worst unaffordability of all.
So you're going to build your own campus to
100%.
Where is that? Where can it be?
Probably I'll get a beautiful federal land. It's going to have trees, but
in the city of Los Angeles?
It's probably going to be outside of the city of Los Angeles because we need a very large piece of dirt.
Thanks, Jake. Thank you.
lot of people that want to help people that know they can't help these people because the NGOs are just scamming their money. But if there's a real solution, my friend Matt Hess, he does this right now in Bentonville with veterans. He has a beautiful UHP. He has a facility, and it's incredible. And there, he lets veterans have opportunities. They train you into businesses and things that when you graduate.
That's a program that's actually going to help people. Think about the outcome here. You've got a person who's living on the
What up,
streets
Michael?
in a city like Los Angeles. Why are they living on the streets? Well, at face value, the minimum reasons for this are going to be that it's very expensive to be out here and that they might have chosen to live here, even though there's a house available for them. They might have made choices that just say, you know what, I don't want to deal with anybody's rules. I want to be on my own. I want my independence. So I'm going to live on the streets. Who cares? There are people like that who have just decided that they're going to make that choice. Well, there's something wrong because you're not actually of sound mind if you want to live on the streets. It's dangerous to do that. And here we're hearing about a facility that doesn't just get people out of an environment where they are allowed to behave in a lawless manner. It gets them out of that environment and it re-equips them with the skills to enter society and provide for themselves and have a purpose and to get back on their feet.
Fiction is social.
Know what to do about this guy, Spencer Pratt.
He reposted an AI video.
I think it's a very dangerous trend.
I mean, I was kind of freaked out.
150% fiction. His social media is now taking on a violent turn.
Okay, Karen, you want no violence?
Doozy of a dookie, crap on the sidewalk, pinching a low Peru. Doozy of a dookie.
Okay, Jake, you watch him daily? Yeah, Cash Joy, he lived in New York, so he experienced all that BS with Zorwan the dummy mayor. So he be coming with some good information about New York and all that. Yeah.
Pinching a low Peru, just a wave of my stick to finish the trick. Crappity, poopity, poo.
I think he's going to win. He might. So that's just a little sampling, okay? Karen Bass doesn't know what hit. Apparently, the guerrilla operation in Cuba did not prepare her for this. By the way, they've trained other folks as well. So he put this out the other day because she was going on and on. My gosh, he's just a reality star. When he was in his 20s, he was a reality star. Well, when she was in her 20s, 19 actually, as young as 19. They get him young down there. Plaintiff Karen Bass, reading this article here in the LA Times from 1983, he tweeted it out. According to a 1973 intelligence document provided to the Times, quote, traveled to Cuba with the contingent of the Venceremos Brigade. The brigade trains revolutionary pro-Americans.
Yeah, Jake, with my channel, man, I be coming with some common sense, you know what I'm saying, with the videos and all that. I try to make sure all the videos lined up in order, make some sense what's going on with the chat. I try not to be random with everything. I try to keep it consistent what the day is going on, topic is about. But yeah, Trish, she be on it.
Revolutionary prone Americans in terrorist tactics and guerrilla warfare while claiming to harvest sugarcane. Whoa, okay. So she's admitted this, and she said, well, no, we were just harvesting sugarcane. But let me tell you, the brigade did a lot of work, and they got a lot of people. Here's just a little sampling. I mean, they reportedly trained
Brian, good morning.
Antonio Villaragioso, can never say his name. The Clinton Labor Union official, Karen Nussbaum, the president of Spelman College, director of the Smithsonian's National Museum of African Art, Janetta Cole, she was allegedly trained by them, as well as the founder of Mother Jones, because again, the influence operation, what do you think Mother Jones is? An influence operation. Wow, wowee, okay? So now when you consider the investigation that's going on into Neville Singman and the $1 billion that they're trying to figure out, think about Karen Bass, okay? Think about Antonio, the former mayor. Think about the homelessness that has exploded in California. It's outrageous in LA. I don't know if you guys have been there lately or if we have many Californians watching, but it's insane. And like you walk down the street and there's some areas where like people, they're on that trank stuff and they look like zombies and it's awful and it's terrible and it shouldn't be that way. It just shouldn't be that way. So Spencer said, when he gets in there, he's going to give them 3 weeks to clean it up. And he's going to, 3, 2, 1, you're out. Listen.
Whatever they want and let the criminals make the outside asylum and with no guards. You let them do that, they're going to do that. But so when I'm mayor, my plan is first 3 weeks, signs up across the city. No more nakedness, no more drug use, no more robbing, no more
burning dogs in the street.
No more dog abuse. Very on every sign, on every bird. And we're going to go around, we're going to warn everybody, hey, got 3 more weeks of this. Clock's ticking. Just keep telling everyone, so the people that are aware, they're like, oh, wow, there's a new mayor in town. They may start leaving. And then when the 3 weeks, or maybe we'll even do 2 weeks, maybe people will want it faster. And then once we start enforcing the laws, boom, streets will be back. You know who else I'm going to bring in? The CDC, because there's medieval diseases in these encampments. They're not swabbing these encampments. They're not swabbing the streets. People are just living in feces and drug use and dogs burning and body. We need these streets clean.
Yeah. Clean. Did you see what he put out? Well, that was another one I put on my shorts feed.
Somebody just came in the chat this morning, Michael.
Unbelievable what was underneath. Anyway,
they're new to the chat. Jake is new to the chat.
He's got a shot. We'll see. I mean, I talked to one source today who was a little bit pessimistic, only because his feeling was it's LA, right? And LA is LA, and they're so liberal. But I have this sense that this guy is connecting with the public. People are fed up. They want something better. And you think about Karen Bass with her Cuba training, and the former mayor with his Cuba training, and the leftism it's just taking over that city, destroying that city as they try and make it some kind of, I don't know, another version of Havana. Why do they want to ruin America? Why? And by the way, if you're a person that cares about these individuals, right? And you say as you are, like Karen, I'm so empathetic and I'm so altruistic and I want to do things to help these people, then why aren't you helping them? Because you're leaving them there on the streets. They are a danger to themselves. They are a danger to the rest of the community. So do something. And they just take more money, and they just want to tax some more. Because they want to take your money and put it in their pockets.
That's it.
This is it, folks. Tomorrow is the day, July.
This will be another last video about LA for the moment. I'm gonna switch it up. But so far it's been 3 videos about LA, how they need to vote for Princess Pratt, get rid of Miss Bass. She is trash. She is ass. So yeah, after this video, I'm gonna switch it up. Professor Nez, he be on it too with the information. Let's continue.
Second for the primary mayoral race, and I've got some amazing news. Knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it, but our boy, somebody who has put like a ray of sunshine inside my chest for California, because I've told you this many, many times, this is bigger than just Los Angeles. This is huge because it's a combative battle between 2 ideologies. One, Spencer Pratt, representing American ideals, values, principles, common sense, and Karen Bass.
Really, Michael, you sent me that earlier on my one of my videos saying Biden 2028. I would have gave you a like, but you put Biden 2028, so I can't like that one. But I did respond, Michael. You funny.
Bass is representing the exact opposite, the antithesis of everything that this country is about. She's unqualified. She's a communist, Castroite from Cuba who studied under Castro, for crying out loud. I don't know how this woman, she has neglected the level of neglect. Anyway, you know it, I know it. But I've got some good news. There are some polls that are showing Spencer Pratt surging. I have a video from the creator of Entourage. If you haven't seen Entourage, this was probably the most popular show about 20 years ago. This guy who's been living in LA for years goes off. St. John Smith, the volleyball player, the famous, how many of you guys remember when it was like in the 80s, amazing world-class athletes, never mind basketball, football, baseball, the amazing athletes, but volleyball, St. John Smith, Karch Karai. St. John Smith has just come out and endorsed Spencer Pratt. This is a video all about Spencer
Really,
Pratt.
Michael?
Again, this is about saving America. And I think this election, the gubernatorial race with Steve Hilton against the Democrats, this is the battle for the soul of America. So make this video go viral. Tap the thumbs up. He just went on the Random podcast with Bill Maher. I'm going to share some clips from that. But first, check this out. Oh, and I almost forgot. Another amazing ad that he just posted, which is a complete
Roofer Bill, good morning.
banger, as well as something that I think personifies everything that you need to know about Spencer Pratt. 2 days ago, Spencer Pratt had a cookout at Jim Gilliam Park at the Jungles. A week earlier, rolling 60s territory. Politicians avoid these neighborhoods, scared of the anger from decades of neglect. Spencer showed up anyway, broke bread, and listen, stick around for that. But first, check this out.
No matter what these people tell you, I don't want people dying on the street. I don't want our tax money going to needles to kill these people. I want to get them in treatment. I want to help them. I want to help the dogs. I have a heart.
Okay, now that's a former reality TV star, Spencer Pratt, fresh off a big media splash in New York City, back in California. He wants to be the next mayor of LA. He's getting a lot of attention. So the candidates all over the City of Angels over the weekend are getting in one last pitch before voters head to the polls tomorrow. What appears to be a surprisingly close race. Kevin McCarthy, Californian himself, former Speaker of the House, with me now. And hello to you, sir. Here is one poll happened about a week or two ago. Bass 26%, Romney, the progressive, at 25, Pratt at 22. The top two advance to November. What are you hearing? How do you see it? Does Pratt have a chance in Los Angeles?
You know, I was in LA this weekend, and I was doing Bill Maher's show, but I was around a lot of Democrats. They were talking about it, and these are former supporters of the mayor. This race shouldn't even be close.
Okay, so there's a really good reason why I showed that poll. It's from UC Berkeley. I mean, UC Berkeley, for crying out loud. And the margin of error is like a good 5 to 6 points. I've never believed polls. I've never liked polls. Remember 2016. Who had a 95% chance of becoming president and lost and got whomped by her big booty? Yes, President Trump. All the polls, everybody said we're going to have a new female, the first female president, right? I trust polls about as far as I can throw them. Check out Scott Pressler here saying, I just met 2 voters posting this on X that are rushing on the way from Maine back to California.
Is alleging that Bass. Oh, naughty. Today I'll be discussing a complaint that Los Angeles mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt is filing against incumbent Mayor Karen Bass. Pratt is alleging that Bass held a rally outside a ballot drop box, which is a violation of the rules against electioneering. You cannot campaign within a certain distance of a ballot drop-off box or a polling place. The idea being that politicians could intimidate voters who are simply on their way to exercise their rights and cast their secret ballots. The video of this event was actually posted to social media by Bass.
We're going to bring this to home base and win, right?
It shows her addressing a group of supporters, happily filling out and handing in their ballots, even a little group that she calls Babies for Bass. And it's rather harmless unless it becomes a symbol.
She runs a comic relief, definitely a comic relief.
Other areas. And remember that one of the allegations that Pratt is making against Bass in his campaign is that she is not paying any attention to corruption. She's not paying attention to the basic duties that she has as mayor. She's letting a lot of things slip through the cracks, and that's why LA is the way it is. Enforcing the law, enforcing the rules is part of his campaign message. Now, this complaint might not go anywhere. Most of these kinds of complaints don't. In fact, campaigns often routinely file complaints against each other in the closing days before an election and even on election day itself, alleging a violation of this or that. It doesn't really move the needle. But in this case, it does reinforce a campaign message by Spencer Pratt that Karen Bass is too complacent to care about doing things the proper way.
Just to vote in the elections tomorrow. They are cheering on Spencer Pratt for mayor of Los Angeles. I'm a big believer in energy. I'm a big believer in momentum, in vitality, the stuff of life. And I'm telling you, there is electricity around Spencer Pratt because he speaks common sense. Wait till I show you all these clips. Hey, now, I said that I don't believe in polls because this is representative of the people. Kalshi and all these Polymarket. If you don't know anything about that, this is voted by the real people. Look at this, Spencer Pratt. 26%. Nikki Raman, 12%.
When they are in government.
It's 2:11 in the morning in California, but today is the day there. Voters are going to head to the polls to decide Los Angeles' next mayor as the candidates make their final appeals to voters.
I think we know how reality stars make it when they are in government. And what's going on is not the best picture.
No matter how much I am attacked with these lies that have nothing to do with my heart and my spirit, I just want people to feel safe.
I'm used to being underestimated, but I know that the message that we're running on resonates with people.
Political strategist Katie Zachariah joins us now. Katie, good morning to you on the East Coast today, but focusing on your home state of California and a race that's really become one of the biggest national stories out there, which is the LA mayoral race, as tight as a tick with this disruptor and Republican turned independent Spencer Pratt. And the question everybody wants to know is, can Pratt make it past the primaries in liberal LA?
I would love to see Spencer Pratt make it in the primaries. You know, this state is controlled by the Nancy Pelosi's, the Gavin Newsoms, the Kamala Harris's of the Democrat Party. And you have Ramon in there, and she's polling very closely to Karen Bass. And I believe the DNC is keeping her in to basically push Pratt out. So California's jungle primary really doesn't allow a fair race for a Republican and Democrat. It consolidates whoever the Democrats or whoever the majority, in power want to keep in. So I'm having a difficult time watching those poll numbers and thinking Spencer Pratt is going to be able to pull at least ahead of Ramon here in the end, except if we get those independent voters out and they surge on Tuesday, today in California.
And let's be clear, Spencer Pratt clearly is the story. But as we know, in every election since the dawn of time, turnout is the main issue. And my question for you is, who's excited to turn out today for Karen Bass?
And people who have been absolutely disregarded, discarded, and ignored, the taxpayers.
Well, I mean, for Karen Bass.
For Karen Bass. Oh, yes.
Who's saying, like, I am so excited to go out, get up early, head to the polls, and pull that lever for Karen Bass?
That is a very difficult question because conversely, as I was saying, the people turning out for Spencer Pratt are excited for solutions. The people turning out for Karen Bass are just going to be the same old tired Democrats that vote party line and don't really want to hold these people accountable. They're not going to be people from the Palisades. They're not going to be people who are experiencing the constant homelessness on their streets. They're going to be just the tired old Democrat voter that is going to keep the establishment in.
Yeah, and let's listen to two people who, to Todd's point, are not excited to vote for Karen Bass, two prominent California residents. One is the creator of Entourage. His name is Doug Ellen. He says he did not vote for Donald Trump, but is supporting Spencer Pratt now. The other is Bill Maher, whose voice you will hear after we listen to Doug. Watch this.
You say, Spencer Pratt has no experience, so how can we possibly think about this? What experience did Karen Bass have? And that's where we are in LA, and we want to fix this place.
You just have the exact right, I didn't know until I talked to you, honestly, today, but you have the exact right impatience with this. It's very authentic. Your impatience with it, and you're just, it's good.
These two people, they touch upon two different things when it comes to Spencer Pratt. Bill Maher talking about his authenticity. When it comes to Doug Ellen, he says his home was broken into, and he's tired of these deteriorating conditions in Los Angeles, and talks about the fact that Spencer Pratt has no experience, but maybe what LA needs right now is not a lifelong politician. Does that message resonate in Los Angeles?
The message resonates actually very personally. I left Brentwood. I could be voting for Spencer Pratt today if I still live there, but my home was broken into as well. So what he speaks to is to the heart of every single Los Angeles resident that has been, again, discarded and forgotten. And those are the people who are actually doing the work, holding down the fort, paying taxes, keeping their lawns nice, keeping their homes nice. And Bill Maher, to the point of relatability,
Rock bottom. Good morning.
To be able to say, I want to address the issues that you're facing. And Karen Bass just continues to double down on the bad policies. We're not going to address the drug addiction problem. We're just going to pretend like we're going to shift all the funds to homelessness. We're not going to address the fire problem. Like 19 permits have been issued for the Pacific Palisades. Not one single home has been entirely rebuilt. And that was, the fires were 497 days ago.
It's a question, I think, of do you want no experience?
This is a poll that's more reflective of what I was just talking about. The energy, the vivaciousness, the vitality, the momentum, and the electricity that is Spencer Pratt. Check out this banger new ad he just posted.
Spencer Pratt says no one in their right mind would vote for Karen Bass. Well, Spencer's wrong. I'm voting for Karen Bass because I want to keep injecting in public parks. I'm voting for Karen Bass because I like it here.
I'm voting for Karen Bass because I'll be damned if I go back to jail.
I'm voting for Karen Bass because I have a polymarket bet that the Palisades won't be rebuilt before 2030.
I'm voting for Karen Bass because the more homeless people there are, the more money my nonprofit can raise to fight homelessness.
I'm voting for Karen Bass because my parents support Spencer Pratt and I have unresolved daddy issues.
Vote Karen Bass. She works for us.
He reminds me so much of Trump because he has all the same attributes and the same sort of media proficiency. I do want to share this. A Democratic strategist, Melissa DeRosa, says Spencer Pratt can defeat Karen Bass in a runoff. He thinks he might get the 51% and just win outright tomorrow. I don't know if that's even possible, but I've never been this hopeful for California. Listen to this Democratic strategist.
What is your sense? Who's going? Do you think it's a runoff? I think it's going to be a runoff
between the two.
I think Bass and Pratt, and then I think in a runoff, head to head, I actually think he can consolidate the anti-establishment vote, and he could come over the top because she's got a terrible record that she's got to defend for the next 5 months.
Okay, check this out. Doug Ellen, the creator of the hit show Entourage, I think he's probably a Democrat. There has been more and more mounting evidence. I've done my due diligence, quantitative and qualitative research. More Democrats are coming out in support because of the results. Look at the city. All you got to do is walk around downtown Los Angeles, go anywhere, and it is pure, utter dystopian filth. So the creator of Entourage posted this video to Instagram about LA's decline in recent years, says he publicly supports Spencer Pratt in his campaign for LA mayor. I give you a warning, there is some choice language. I will be bleeping it out, but I just want to give you a warning. This video, though, to me, is indicative of how the sort of residents of Los Angeles really, truly feel about what's happened to their beautiful
It's
city.
all good. Don't know what happened, but hey, it's all
One of
good.
15 cameras that I now have at this house. 2 German Shepherds, 3 legal guns. 5 years ago, didn't lock a door here, but you know what happened? 2 animals invaded my house. And no, I'm not racist because they were wearing masks. I don't know if they were white. I don't know if they were Jewish. I don't know if they were rabbis. I know they were animals because they invaded my house. I know I don't care what their excuses are, like a lot of you care. I know invaders of homes should get 20 years, but I'm not paranoid, so I don't believe your bullshit about the stats and the crime because everyone in my neighborhood has got the same problem. They're fucking all putting cameras and hiring security guards because we're all getting broken into. It's not made up. It's not false, and this city has collapsed in the last 5 years. There is no denying it unless you have an agenda, and I don't know what that is. But you say, oh, Spencer Pratt has no experience, so how can we possibly think about this? What experience did Karen Bass have, or Rick Caruso, who we know can build things, who we know can fix problems, when you made sure he couldn't win? So right now, you're putting people in the same position that you did with Trump, who I did not vote for, by the way. You put him in by making sure we had no options, okay? And that's where we are in LA, and we want to fix this place because we don't want to be forced out. I'm one of the people who made this city look great. I did it for years. I glorified it. I meet people all the time that moved here because the show that I created, and they hate it here now. Hate.
So you see, that's just living proof that guy was a Democrat because he said, I didn't vote for Trump. So who did you vote? You voted for Kamala, for crying out loud? So you're definitely a Democrat. So this is why he has created such a powerful movement. I want to share some clips of Spencer Pratt on the Bill Maher show. This one's really funny right here. This is a quick clip where he says, I'm supporting my Jewish friends. The level of psycho-Nazi lunacy that came at me to just say that I want my friends and family to feel safe in LA. Check out this quick clip.
I grew up in LA. All my best friends are Jewish. I grew up going to Crossroads. I've been to more bar and bat mitzvahs than I had been to church until I was maybe still tied to the point where, of course, when I'm running for mayor, I'm going to temples, I'm supporting my Jewish friends. The level of psycho Nazi lunacy that came at me to just say that I want my friends and family to feel safe in LA, to feel safe if their kids go to UCLA, I had to see. If the only thing that came out of this whole experience, there's a lot of things, if I, God forbid, or God's plan, I don't win, to see what people experience right now just because of their religion is diabolical. And again, I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care how you identify. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care whatever you do, but you should have the right to do that and feel safe wherever you are, whether it's going to school, going to your poppin' trans bar, whatever it is, you should feel safe and not feel in danger. And that's to my common sense.
Common sense. This is why I keep saying I'm not right or left. I mean, I'm definitely not left, but people think that I'm some sort of like right-wing nut job. It's just not true. I just want, really common sense things. Here's a clip right here. Bill Maher saying, you're not the first guy to say these kind of things. Who can stand up to what is going on and come up against you? Check this out.
I actually feel like Robin Hood because I'm coming in and I'm going to say, where's all this money? We're done with everyone stealing the tax money. We're going to actually put it to the people that have turned to socialism because they say America doesn't work. It doesn't work if we let people steal all the tax money and we have no accountability and transparency.
And look, you're not the first guy to say these kind of things. It's all who can actually do it, who can stand up to what is going to come up against you when you actually try to implement. But really,
I promise you, I'm the one.
Okay, and I hope you are.
I'm the one. I hate people so much.
I know.
When you said don't be so personal, it's personal
and
for
look,
me.
It's kind of good in a way that you are the douchebag because, if you're already hated, then you don't have to. Because trust me, what you're going to go up against is a state that is just full of special interests, all of which are very, very powerful. You can't do anything in this state without getting a license or an inspection.
I think this is fantastic right here where Spencer Pratt says, I don't care about your solar panels. We got bigger problems. This is, to me, a definitive clip showing who this guy is, plus the one I'm about to share with you in just a second. Watch.
Took me 3 years to get the solar turned on. Solar, something they want you to have.
But now they're taxing you, I think, for having it.
They are?
I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
I don't need to know about solar.
Okay,
I need to focus on making sure the moms are safe and the animals are not being abused. That's my party.
I know. But if you're the mayor,
the solar panels, that's going to be somebody I'm hiring. That's my deputy mayor is going to worry about the solar panels.
No, bad news. If you're the mayor, you're going to have to learn some of these issues more.
Solar panels. We're about 3 years from worrying about solar panels. We need to get all the naked drug addicts off of the sidewalks, and then I can worry about solar panels.
But we can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
With the state of LA right now, the solar panels, you can spit that gum out. I love the idea of getting the drug addicts treatment and giving them job opportunities. And if we need more solar panels.
Right. That's the real problems. Some damn solar panels. And come on, Bill Maher. Stop it.
Personally, I think we got to investigate.
It's about the people, not no damn panels.
Why do you need a solar panel? You pay so much money for regular electricity that we got to check why our rates are going up 10% plus every month, and we're not getting better electricity. Alkaline water is not coming out of our tap. So I'll get back to you on the solar panels, but it's my total poll is make sure people don't have home invasions every single night.
Right.
Make sure you're not losing your pole suspension because we haven't fixed the road. I'm basic. That's why I'm resonating. Common sense, basic stuff.
Common sense, baby.
Struggling to live in LA right now because it's so expensive and they're stepping in human poop. They don't care about your problem with the solar panel right now, but they may once I get rid of the poop and I make it more affordable to live. Then they may want solar panels.
You can't tell me that's not freaking awesome. That is emblematic of the American soul. Right there. I don't give a rat's. Any other politician, any other politician, any other mook, pencil neck, administrative red tape nightmare, robot automaton who's a part of the Washington swamp would have answered Bill Maher and said, well, categorically, what we're going to do is it's all BS. That's what Trump has done. He's revolutionized politics. He spawned Spencer Pratt. I hope he spawns more. I mean, this guy has galvanized more people to get interested. But my kids, I never cared about politics when I was their age. They're 12 and 14 for crying out loud. They're into it.
John Williams, what's up?
Are into it. This guy has revolutionized. He's gotten people interested. He's gotten people engaged. He showed them the path. This is what we need. Put it all off. So this is what I wanted to share with you. This is Spencer Pratt going to cookouts, going to territories in Los Angeles that are probably the worst areas in Los Angeles. And just listen to him. Listen. This is just really quick. Watch. You know, when I was working as an executive career coach, I had a business where I was consulting and helping people, helping companies find the right people. I always said, don't look at their pieces of paper. Don't look at their degrees. They don't mean anything. Take them to lunch. See how they treat somebody. Do the interview at lunch. See how they treat somebody they have nothing to gain from. That will tell you everything about them. If they have the right character, the right foundation, everything else is trainable and teachable. You can teach them anything. If they have the right fundamental sort of scaffolding in their heart, in their bones, everything else is teachable. I said the same thing about Trump. One thing I am fantastic at, there's a lot of things I'm bad at. One thing I'm fantastic about is reading people. Trump has a golden heart. Spencer Pratt has a golden heart. Political experience, all that experience.
At a track meet last year in Frisco. Authorities say a brief confrontation resulted in Anthony stabbing Metcalf once in the heart in a stadium full of students. Anthony's attorneys say it was an act of self-defense. Hundreds of Collin County residents filled a courtroom where Judge John Roach told them, "We agreed that the jury should have no bias or prejudice in this case." It's unclear whether the race of the defendant or the victim will be brought up during the trial, but it's an issue that has ignited passions, especially those on social media. One prospective juror asked the judge, "How do we deal with unconscious bias?" The judge replied, "I think that's why we have multiple people on a jury, because they can test that unconscious bias." And we did not see any of the families involved here today. If they were here, they would have been escorted through a secured back entrance. The main purpose of today was to give these prospective jurors, 589 of them, a 3-page questionnaire, which they had to fill out before they could leave. That will be reviewed by the prosecution and defense, who will look it over, and then the judge will decide who will be brought back on Wednesday, and that number will be somewhere around the range of 250 or less. And again, opening statements scheduled for Thursday.
The Carmelo Anthony trial is in June. The 17-year-old who was charged with unaliving Austin Metcalf in Frisco, Texas. And I just want to let y'all know that this is the biggest leave black people alone case that we've seen in years. This case sets precedent because everything about this case was about leaving black people alone. It's unfortunate that somebody lost their life, but this would never have happened if they would have left Carmelo Anthony alone. It don't matter that he was under that tent. It don't matter what he had in his book bag. When they asked him to leave and he refused, if they would have just walked away, this doesn't happen.
What the hell? What's wrong with this dude? He shouldn't have been over at the tent. He shouldn't have been over there. Period. He interfering with their stuff.
you stupid.
This does not happen. But we know the entitlement. We can tell you where you can sit, and if you refuse, we can remove you.
It wasn't even his school.
But you can't. And this case says it all.
That brother's
This
dangerous.
case says it all.
Yeah, he's very dangerous.
They said so many negative things about this young man. This young man wasn't a thug. This young man wasn't in the streets. This young man wasn't a gang member. This was an above average student, a student.
Hey, chat, this guy had done no research. The people in school said he's been stealing, he's bogus, he ain't all that they try to make him to be. He's been negative since he's been in school. I could be wrong, but that's what the people said about him.
Athlete. He graduated. He's in college. This was a good kid by all accounts. He didn't just turn into a murderer overnight.
Liar.
We don't know that, bro.
Let's be honest. We know what this is about. We know what this is about because these are the same individuals who carry firearms and they will put you down.
They didn't have a firearm at the school. He had a knife. What is he talking about? He brought the weapon.
But they don't understand what happened with Carmelo Anthony. That they don't understand. But we know what this is about.
You do.
Right? Because black defense against white aggression to them is criminal. And that's the bottom line. That's what this case is about. Black defense against white aggression equals criminality. That's how they view it. That's how they view it. So please support Carmelo Anthony.
No.
I know he had a
Hell no.
months ago, maybe a year ago, and everybody. He really needs the moral support now. He needs black eyes on this case, watching, commenting, making content about it. We need to be talking about this.
You need to see a psychiatrist.
Let Frisco, Texas know we're watching.
I'll tell you, man, he's prosecuted the whole thing right there.
I'm sorry. My folks in the chat, they are upset with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you showed it. I'm glad you showed it.
Go down there and support Jay with them today. And you gonna hype me up like this before I go down there? Like, for real, this is what we doing today? Let me say, listen. First of all, I didn't know I had black eyes. That's the first time I've heard this. This whole thing is news. It's unfortunate. This all is driven, from what I could tell, his commentary, well, his whole prosecution is what he did, is driven by this idea that there's aggression, telling someone who's not in their proper place that they need to leave and get in their proper place. We can see in the trial, well, maybe if they show it to us, whether or not we can characterize that as aggression. And this idea of the phantom white person who will put you down, meaning blacks, down at any moment for any. Who are these phantom white people who are doing this? Because every time we see black people going to the morgue, it is at the hands of other black people. Can we call the names of the white people who are putting black people down? I want to condemn them by name. Please call their name so we can condemn them by name. Let's stop protecting them with anonymity. If these people are really out here racially putting down black people for any reason at any time, I want the names. Bring me the names. Call the name. Let's not protect people we say are racist and are hurting us. Or that this is, in fact, once again, the Jesse Smolletting of America, which is these are phantom events that do not happen, that do not exist, that you are trying to convince the public is real, so that you can push an agenda that you don't want to articulate. If I don't get the names, that's what I'm going to be forced to believe.
Amen.
Minister Dan, I'll give you the next word.
Hey, listen, man, this is the result of black racist teaching. You see, this is the successful result. This man has lost his mind. he has this black brother has lost his mind. He really believes that we are such a victim that anytime we are confronted by a white person, we have a right to take their life. because our life is in jeopardy. And it's justified. You can carry a knife to someone that doesn't have a weapon, invade their space, provoke them, and then stab them, and you done right. And you deserve to be defended and supported. That's madness.
It's madness, insane.
On steroids. All I can say, the brother needs.
Yeah, chat. How that make sense, chat? You stab somebody for no reason. Now you the victim, but yet you the attacker. You the aggressor. You stab somebody. How you the victim? How? And then he admitted that he stabbed him. So there was no bullshit behind it. He admitted it. He wasn't coerced. He wasn't pressured. He said, "Yeah, I stabbed him." Do I go to jail for that? Yeah.
His help, man. He needs some help, and quick, because he'll be the next one out there trying to take somebody's life.
Well, he's under threat.
Come on.
According to him.
That's right. That's right. If you see a white person, you're in jeopardy.
He's under threat.
There you go.
Go ahead, Crystal.
I'm trying my best to maintain my composure right now. I cannot stand stupid people. And they wonder why these children behave the way that they do.
Black fatigue is real.
Mm-hmm.
You make such stupid excuses, and you actually enable them to do the foolishness that they do.
That's right.
This grown
man,
peppered beard man is going to pick his mouth to get on the Lord's internet and make those statements. How do you make those statements? Austin had his tent. Carmelo had his tent. Carmelo found his way in their tent. And he said, y'all shouldn't mess with black people. What? He should have never been in there. What do you mean? It doesn't matter if he had his bag. What do you mean? It doesn't matter.
He was privileged. So, Crystal, he was privileged to have his own tent. That's why.
And the thing that he sat down here and he's like, y'all made it about race. No, y'all made it about race.
Idiot.
Listen, I've been following this, tracking this from since back when. Okay, y'all were the ones that was pushing money into the GoFundMe and Gifts and Go because y'all were excited that a black man took the life of a white man.
Yeah.
That was what y'all were putting on those posts. Don't say that they made it about. You can't say white people
about race. That's right.
That was y'all that made it about race, but then you want to play the victim card. See, that disease of victim mentality is very irritating. It just makes my skin so sick of y'all. Yeah. And that right there is the definition of the soy boy Adam behavior that I was telling y'all about today. That is a soy boy Adam, aka Ahab behavior, right there. That is not a man. That species that was just speaking, he is not a man. Okay? I don't know what he is, but he was not a man. Because a real man would have said he has to take accountability for his actions, regardless. And you know what? Right. You want to say we need to see what the case, innocent until proven guilty? Amen. Let it be so. I would go with that, except Carmelo yelled out, "Did I take his life?"
Michael, you silly, man. You real silly in the chat. Good reading books, nice to dress. Yeah, that's what's up. Oh, yeah.
But you know what? As Minister Denzel always says, y'all are useful fools for these people.
Yes.
That's why I always happy y'all, because all of y'all are useless.
Yes.
Instead of y'all stand up and say the truth, y'all would rather embrace a lie. That is why y'all like warm the idea of warm collectivism, because y'all like those type of things make sense.
Yes.
I don't know nothing. I'm so. Why you have to hype me up? Why you with liberals today, and you just gonna hype me up and make me irritated before I go down there and deal with more liberals? Why? What happened? I thought we were family. What did I do to you? What did you do? I have somebody that I'm going to connect you with. Hopefully, she says A-okay, because she's going to be covering the case. She's been on the case from the very beginning.
Amen.
So I'll let you know.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Go ahead, Mika.
Well, I just want to say I hate when a good beard goes to waste. I really do. Because when I see a good beard, I'm like, come on, give me the good stuff. Give me the good stuff. He has a good beard, but he's an idiot.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you guys for being in the chat. Like, share, and subscribe. Appreciate it. We're an hour and 23 minutes in. Thank you, guys. An hour and 23 minutes in. Let's continue.
But here's the other thing. Minister Dan, you know that you cannot be black and be racist. Okay? So nothing he said was racist because he can't enact power.
Right. Yeah, it can't be possible.
Here's the problem. They absolutely have power. They're just not the ones benefiting from it. Okay? That victimhood, all that has power. If you read the 48 Laws of Power, okay, The Art of Seduction, if you read all these types of books, you understand what you can do with that victimhood. Okay, what you can do with that. They're just not smart enough to be able to use that power for themselves. The white liberal women, they're using it. Okay, but this is a story about a crime about teenage boys. We were just talking about earlier about aggression, right? And how men come into it, lean into it, and things like that. These are teenage boys. So you already have that. Then you have maybe, because nobody knows, right? Then you may have a racial component. But that's not the first thing there. You're talking about boys at the prime of their life. Right? You're talking about boys who apparently had girls there as well. Okay, and I've never met teenage boys that when they didn't see girls, they all puff up.
Yep.
And so you got the Metcalf brothers, and then you got Carmelo over there will touch me if whatever that they said.
Yeah. See what I do next.
Correct. And I've seen it. We've been girls in high school. Okay. So that was my first thought. My first thought wasn't the fact that they were one was black and one was white. One was like, oh, these are boys. And things with boys, just like with men, can go wrong if it's not steered in the right direction. If all of these are just children under the tent, then well, there you go. There's no coach or no staff member there, no older person to steer it in a different way, right? You have kids, you have girls that can egg on. You have a lot of things that can be the factor other than race, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
And so to put that component first is just absolutely ridiculous. But there's also the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that if he has a knife, right? Everybody keeps saying that his family is affluent. His family is this, that. He has good grades. They don't need this, that, and third. Okay, well then he's not in the hood. Why does he need the knife?
Oh, right.
Why does he need it? Right?
You use too much common sense.
Why does he need it? There's something else going on there, right? And so when I'm just looking at all of these components, I'm just like, something doesn't add up to me.
That's right.
And just to make it racial takes out everything else. There's something going on in his home. There's something going on. Why are you on the other side anyway?
Amen.
Right? And I'm not saying you can't sit where you want, but you can't sit where you want. You have to learn things early. This is a teenage boy. He has to learn, hey, so let's just say they didn't want him sitting there for whatever reason. They don't want you to
They had a right.
It's their tent.
That's right.
It can be mean. It can be whatever. They don't want you there. Why still do it? Because they see the defiance in older people. Older people are sitting around doing this nonsense where they're going to defy what people say. They're going to invade people's spaces, and not respect the fact that somebody just may not like you for whatever reason. And you have to deal with that and contend and go on, move on about your day. But
you know what?
Everybody's go ahead.
No, you're hitting on this idea of the culture. When you're saying if he was such an affluent kid, why was he out here trying to act in a way that wasn't?
Because that's what he was.
That's the point.
Right.
And that's what I mean. Like, there's so many factors here And of course, we have to look at transcripts to, to see what they're actually talking about in the case. But I'm just looking at it from the outside of what we do have. And I can see a lot of things wrong before I even get to the quote unquote race factor of it all. Amen. And for that man to say that somebody's going to support somebody just because they're black. Yeah, shows exactly why the black community is in the place that it's in.
Yep.
Because if that is what you hang your hat on, then at the end of the day, you're not going to correct anything that's wrong with a black person.
That's right.
Because in order to be a leader, you have to be able to have camaraderie with your same community, but you also have to be able to correct. They don't want to correct. They don't want to correct black boys. They don't want to correct black women. They don't want to correct anybody. So if we're not going to correct, then it's just going to continue. And you're going to continue to have little black boys go to prison or die at the hands of themselves and others because they don't know how to.
Everybody ain't going to put up with that. That's right.
No, they're not.
Everybody ain't putting up with that foolishness.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to play
subscribe.
And get your thoughts, and then we'll have Crystal go through the notes from Sarah Censored. I think that's what it is. Sarah Censored. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
I asked the lawyer himself, are there circumstances where being grabbed in any scenario, like you can imagine one, where lethal force would be justifiable self-defense?
Absolutely. I mean, everyone's asking the wrong question or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense, and there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day.
Okay, Michael, thanks for being in the chat, man.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys all around?
Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody.
Of numbers. Then it's the force of the collective group that's threatening you, not just one individual.
What if they don't touch you at all? Are there circumstances where deadly force is used?
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket, says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can defend myself. I can defend myself against the threat that's about to occur. It's an imminent threat that you're defending yourself against.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it as shockingly and offensive to everybody as I can, as fast as I can. Then I'm going to pause for 5 seconds, and then you're all going to agree with me. I'm talking to the audience. So let me offend you first. Carmelo Anthony will be acquitted. He will be found not guilty.
I want to get your thoughts on that here in a second, but let me put this up real quick. There we go.
So Sarah Fields from Sarah Uncensored on X, she's in the courtroom. She's been covering this case from the very, very beginning. So she said she went to the courtroom yesterday, to the courthouse yesterday. She got there about 6:30 a.m. They took their seats, and when they let them in the courtroom, but then they told them to move back because they're going to let the family sit there, which they were very confused as to why they were doing that. Then they told them they can go back up to the front because the family wasn't coming in. They were going to disperse them in other places. Then afterwards, they had the doors open. After the doors were open and everyone was seated, they sat around for a while trying to figure out what was going on. They said they were going to be questioning the jurors, but the screens weren't turned on for them to be able to see what was going on. So they sat there for a while. She said she exited the courtroom and she encountered another Carmelo Anthony supporter from TikTok, and they recognized each other. They shook hands. And I want y'all to know, on social media, it has been very explosive, but people still maintain a level of decorum amongst each other. So she said they shook hands and they spoke briefly and they went about their business. Then a short time after, she witnessed a sheriff's deputy escorting an African-American woman out of the courthouse hallway. She was wearing a pink shirt with lace sleeves, and the deputies were accusing her of jury tampering. Later, she learned the lady was allegedly connected to the Anthony family and had reportedly been caught recording members of the jury pool. So they escorted her out of the room. Wow. There were several supporters for Carmelo Anthony, and including people that were members of the Black Panther movement were out there as well. She also said you know, the race grifter that we all know, Dominique Alexander, was there.
Of course he was.
Exactly. He and Sarah have had their run-ins. Like, they've tried to come against her quite often. But he didn't say anything to her. Then there was a group calling itself National Organization for Victim Advocacy, and they were distributing flyers featuring Austin Metcalf's photograph. And the flyers stated that the organization stood in solidarity with all victims of anti-white violence. So she asked Jeff Metcalf, Austin's dad, if he knew the group. He said he had no idea who that group was. They ended up leaving around 11 a.m.
Carmelo Anthony bogus, man. The man brought a knife. He shouldn't have been over there where he was at. Number one, he brought a knife to the event. You should have no weapons on the school grounds, period. I don't understand how people think it's a hard thing. No weapons on the school ground.
And so she said she's going to go back to the courtroom because nothing else was taking place. The screens remained off, and there were no proceedings being shown to the public at the time. So they just, she says she'll be back tomorrow, to see what she can get from to provide more information. And that's who I reached out to, because we are connected on both X and TikTok. I'll see. I'll ask her. I don't know if she'll do it, but I'll ask her to see if she would be interested in coming on here with you guys, or coming in and popping in ever so often.
Popping on the live stream on Thursday or something, or Friday, one of the two. We'll see. But probably not Thursday, because they'll be doing opening arguments on Thursday. So, but that would be good to get some insider information from somebody that's actually in the courtroom there. I want to get your thoughts. Y'all heard Tim. He seems to believe that Carmelo Anthony is going to be acquitted. I actually disagree, just based off of the information. I mean, we talked about this all summer last year. I'm surprised that this is going to trial, to be honest with you. I would have thought that he would have pled down to a manslaughter. Maybe they give him 10 years or so.
They're making it about race, and it's not. He shouldn't have been there. He should not have been on that side of the tent. He shouldn't have been over where his school was at, or kept his ass at home. I don't understand how it's a trial. The man is guilty. He admitted to it that he was guilty.
So, or something along those lines. The fact that this is going
it's not about race. It's about wrong and right.
Yeah, exactly.
Anthony was wrong.
You don't just walk into somebody else's territory and mouth off at them. I don't care if there's 2 or 3 of them there. You came into their area which you were not invited to.
Thank you.
And that has to play a role in the trial.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, the other thing too is that he had a weapon on what would be considered school property. Granted, the fact that it was a school event, although it wasn't actually at the actual school. But anytime there is a school event,
you still can't have no weapons.
Event, school property extends to a school event. No different than like if you got a fight in at prom or something along those lines. You would be suspended from school, because although yes, it didn't happen at school, but it was a school event.
That's right.
So,
but those events are covered by the school's insurance.
Exactly.
So there's liability.
Right. Even though the school wasn't at the school, still have a location where the events be at. They should have had security there. I used to do security in Austin High School here in Chicago. And certain places we did outside of school or in school, we still had metal detectors to make sure nobody can bring no weapons in at these games. I don't understand how that didn't happen with this situation, because he shouldn't have had no weapons at all, period. He should have fought Metcalf. If he want to do that, don't bring no freaking knife. That's that beta bitch shit. That's that problem now. And then they got all that money, now they broke. What's supposed to be broke. I don't know. This is a crazy, sad situation, man. Let's continue. That's crazy.
On the part of the school for that.
Exactly. So there's a couple of things that happen that I think incriminates, young Carmelo. And I'm with Mika, in the sense I didn't look at this when I first, heard about it. I didn't think this was a race thing. I just thought this was just 2 high school boys. You know what I'm saying? Testing off their machismo, their testosterone, got the best of them. And, one decided to escalate things, a way that in a way that he probably shouldn't have. And I'm sure, if you probably talk to him, I'm sure he probably regrets the fact that he escalated it, to the point that it did. And then of course the internet doing what the internet does, taking things and blowing it up and making it, more about the race, than anything else. I just thought it was just two high school boys that got into it that, it went further than, what
the Eagles got involved.
But what are your thoughts, Celeste? Do you think you think he gets off? Do you think he, is acquitted, in this case?
I think they're gonna use the what's the boy's name out there in Kenosha?
I'm seeing the name.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Come on,
Is it Kyle Rittenhouse? There you go.
I think they're gonna use Kyle Rittenhouse
defense.
Defense, and this is sort of what Tim Pool was setting up. This idea that you have to believe that you're an imminent threat. Now, here's the setup.
You cannot compare Kyle Rittenhouse situation to this situation. Kyle Rittenhouse had a gun on him, but the fact two people tried to take his gun and whoop his ass, so he had to defend himself. They tried to take his gun and try to fight him. So what are you talking about? That makes no sense. You can't compare that.
That Kyle Rittenhouse had that this kid doesn't. Kyle Rittenhouse believed that in the actual middle of a riot on the third day. So there had been 2 previous days of violence and people being beaten up and property destroyed and all that. And then he was in the riot on the third day and believed that the same would be true. This Carmelo Anthony is sitting with a cool breeze.
Once again, and Kyle Rittenhouse was running from the attackers that was attacking him. He stood there and shot at him. He was getting away from them.
They're attacked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Enjoying refreshments and snacks in a tent that doesn't belong to him. There's not the same heightened atmosphere that gets you kind of like, ooh, I gotta watch myself. I gotta look over my shoulder because
it's a big difference.
At any moment, something could be coming down.
Right.
But I do think that the original prosecutor, the Mika's boyfriend with the beard, who came out there and prosecuted this case, is how they will go about it, which is that they will try to say that whenever there's a conflict between a black person and a white person, the black person automatically has a.
But in Kyle Rittenhouse situation, it was 2 white men that was they got shot and died. It was white on white crime.
Fear because of injustices 996 years ago.
Come on, sis.
that are in their mind fresh today. So, which we don't even know those injustices happen, but that's another situation. But
oh my goodness.
So I think that they will try to do that. You need
that's
to
the slave syndrome.
Yeah, you need to look at kind of the makeup of the city, how they vote, who they elect. And that can give you a little bit of an insight into how lenient they're going to be with this situation.
Right, both attackers had criminal records, and to the point where the criminal record is, they can't have no guns on them. So trying to take somebody's gun and having a gun on them make them even way more bogus and more dangerous. So Kyle Rittenhouse did the right thing by defending himself, period. They just got let out of jail and went straight to the protest, to the riot, to cause more damage, more bogus shit. Insane.
And the racial makeup on the jury and the sex makeup on the jury. Because as we know, the liberal white woman is very white.
Ready to forgive.
Them damn Karens.
Yeah. She can do that and feel good. It's so interesting because people feel like people have a natural inclination to people who look like them, or she would look at the deceased and think, my son. No, maybe not. This woman is tricky now.
Yes,
this woman could look at that and go, I want the virtue of voting against my son. That's the devouring mother. So the makeup of the jury will tell us a lot. I don't know yet. I feel I'm not able. I don't have the information or intelligence at the moment to make the call. But I think the line of prosecution, I think this gentleman with his beard, Mr. I'm going with him because he's black. I don't know what else they have. Like I said, Kenosha, you can show all the pictures of the firemen and people running and attacking and lunging forward at Kyle Rittenhouse. It's going to be very difficult to say I was sitting with my legs crossed while the breeze was coming across my face. Yes.
Right.
It's going to be a harder lift, but they'll find a way to do it. And the way they get over that is the racism.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the self-defense, there's a couple of things that kind of incriminates him. The fact that, one, he did it. Well, first off,
he admitted it.
Shout out to Jeff here, with the $11 super chat. He says, touch me again and see what happens. Premeditated. That right there in itself, I think, incriminates him because, it's at that point, it turns into a premeditated, like you knew you had a knife. And at that point, if you thought you were in danger, why not just get up and leave? Just get up and walk away, at that point.
Good one.
He says the race dynamic is a ruse, for obviously stupid decision by a young child, 2 lives over. Yeah, I'm with him, 1,000%,
correct.
On that. So I think as soon as he said that, and I would assume, I mean, we don't know how true it is, but in this day and age, there's got to be footage. I'm surprised that it hadn't leaked at this point, but there's got to be footage.
They said they took their phones that day because you cannot tell me that those kids did not record.
Yeah, I was going to say, there has to be.
Right, all this social media out here.
There's got to be footage of this. There's got to be.
There actually footage.
It is.
We were on, so before I made the jump from TikTok to YouTube, I would be in these conversations with a lot of people that were there. We spoke to some of the students who were there. They weren't allowed to speak much, but they said there were recordings. We also spoke to teachers in the district in ISC in that area, and they pointed out, number one, what that weapon on school, that was considered school property, and they signed something when you register your children that says that they won't have those things. So that law was he already violated that law by bringing a weapon into the school.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which means that he should have been, just off of that alone, he should have been expelled from school.
Well, he's gotten in trouble allegedly, and I'm gonna say allegedly for social media purposes. He's already gotten in trouble for bringing things in the school that he shouldn't. Now I'm going to say
a good boy. Come on.
Well, I was going to say his parents, from what I understand from the people that we've spoken to, good parents ish. They let their blackness get in their way, but they're good parents, and they afforded their child to live a different life, a better life. But like most kids, I'm gonna tell you right now, I remember growing up in New York, and I have family members that lived up in the suburbs, and then whenever they came down to my part of town, which was not the suburbs, they would code switch so quick, and they try to fit in. They would overdo it. You're like, you're not from here. Why do you keep acting like that? And I've seen many kids, even the kids that my kids went to school with, because they want to belong so much, they will try in front of their family. They're one thing, but when they're behind, out with their friends, they're trying to act like they're the thug from around the corner. They know nothing about that thug life, but they want to act like they're from that thug life. So I feel there was some of that when it came to him, allegedly. But what I will say is, from being in those rooms, because I was in rooms where Dominique and them were talking, they advised the parents not to take the deal. They advised them people over there that were advising the parents.
Oh, so they were offered a deal.
Yes, they were.
I would assume that.
And they told them no. They said it didn't make sense for them to take a deal because he's going to, basically they're saying that he'll get off. And the thing is, a friend of mine that lives in that district, and they know, let me start off with that. That's a very red district. Let's start off with that. A very red district. They believe in law and order in that district. Like, that district is no joke type of, law and order. Mm-hmm. And so the people that I know that live there, some of them who had run-ins with the law, they said that was dumb because they don't play. When you commit crimes, they're not playing.
Because if think about the timing of this, if this case gets the verdict in 2027, and now we're gearing up for 2028. Especially if there's any footage, this was why I brought up the whole Rodney King, the George Floyd business.
Lock up Anthony, the man bogus.
10 weeks
Young man is bogus. Shouldn't have done that. Lock his ass up.
Spin a narrative. So you got to, I understand them wanting to keep the court closed in some reasons, but they're going to have to release that stuff if they justify why this kid got what he got, because they can make a ticking time bomb out of nothing and set that whole, we can get the sum of 2027 again.
That's what this case will be over with this year. This case is not going to last but about 2 weeks.
That's what I'm talking about. People, they're trying to make this another Rodney King. We're talking about like they're trying to make this another Summer of Love type of, because the amount of pressure they're putting on it to talk about this was a black versus white issue. They're not talking about two teenagers that something unfortunate happened. They're not holding anybody accountable. They're making this a black versus white. And that's why I said, even if y'all actually read the messages, that was what I actually did, read the messages in the Give, Send, Go. And people would respond. I just gave my Give, Send, Go because this is payback for Emmett Till, or this is payback.
Yeah.
These are the things they were saying.
That's crazy, man.
That is crazy. It's about some payback for Emmett Till because it's a black and white situation. What about the black and black crime that's going on right now in Chicago? I'm in Rockford right now. I'm pretty sure in Chicago, at least about 10 people got shot or dead right now. What about the outrage for that? This is crazy. Selective outrage. We gotta do better, America. We gotta do better. It's people, period. The whole country.
Yeah.
So they're making this like the big race hustling event. This is like the race hustling event of this time right now. So I just want y'all to know, be aware. So,
well, yeah, they need this. They need this to happen. Mm-hmm. And honestly and truly, I actually agree with Tim. They need it. So they will push for it to happen, even if there's no evidence there. I keep telling people when certain cases happen, it sets the bar for other things to happen, right? You have, as much as people don't like Tory Lane, right? Mm-hmm. But the headline is that he went to jail for Megan Thee Stallion shooting, and he absolutely didn't, because there's no evidence that he even touched that gun. No DNA. They didn't find his DNA. They found female DNA.
Damn. I didn't know that, Tim.
Right. He can come back and
I did not know that, Chad.
They don't know that he actually did it. They know that he didn't do it.
Damn, he's still in jail. That's crazy.
In the closing argument,
subscribe.
That just because there's no DNA doesn't mean it can't happen, right? And the DNA, this is what they said in the transcript, and that the DNA does not prove anything. When you're telling people that biology does not prove, you're setting everybody else up. So here's the thing: they're going to tell you that you don't see what you see, you don't hear what you hear. Just because it's there, never mind that. And they're going to use this to perpetuate what's going on. We have so many things firing off that people are just angry all the time. And when you have anger and you don't have nothing to do with it, you're going to get chaos. The whole Mike Brown thing is a farce. On top of everything else we've been dealing with, every 2 to 4 years, right? Mm-hmm. They have to use this because they got to get that 2030 agenda kicked off. So they got to.
Fiery but mostly peaceful protests after. Who cannot make this up? A CNN reporter is standing in front of a building engulfed in flames, and CNN's Chiron reads. Fiery but mostly peaceful protests after police shooting.
Laura, what you're seeing behind me is one of multiple locations that have been burning in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Over the course of the night, a second night.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. when Trump calls CNN fake news. He ain't kidding.
So what we saw over the course of the daytime hours in Kenosha and into the early evening, which were largely peaceful demonstrations.
Nothing to see here. Please disperse. Nothing to see here.
And then what you were seeing, the common theme that ties all of this together is an expression of anger and frustration over what people feel like.
These are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings.
Has become an all too familiar story playing out in places from across the country, not just here in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Imagine the blowback CNN is going to get when the few normies still watching them realize the scope of the bull they've been fed all these years.
Which is why our side needs to stand up and do the right thing, because we don't want to contribute to the chaos that can come as a result of this. You know, dude could have made a murder, he need to go down. Bottom line.
He does.
You're absolutely right, Minister Gansel. You're right. We'll read some super chats and we'll get ready to shut it down for today. Shout out to LJ coming through with the $5 super chat. Says facts. A naive kid who fell for the hype of toxic culture praised as cool. Now he faces real
20 videos of Lefties Losing It. So back with another one, ladies and gentlemen. We got another episode of Lefties Losing It. Yeah. By the way, if you aren't aware, I do have an entire playlist of Lefties Losing It. So if you enjoy videos like this, check out the playlist. All right? Check out my playlist of Lefties Losing It. I believe there's over 20 videos of Lefties Losing It. So yeah, you've got a lot to laugh about, a lot to laugh at in one single playlist. All right? Well, let's hop into it, shall we?
Hot take. I agree with squatters as long as it's in a place like a mansion.
What the?
It's not owned, basically being rented out by people in the same tax bracket or around the same tax bracket as me. I don't give it. I don't feel bad for millionaires and billionaires who have all of this money, who don't even notice that anyone's living in their house most of the time because they're just using it as a place to gain equity and not actually living there. That's wasted space that could have been used for a homeless person. I don't feel bad. Hot take.
Okay. That's one way to start it off, I guess. So it's okay to break into people's homes because they're rich and it's maybe a vacation home that they don't go to very often. All right. So destroy something that somebody else worked hard for. But if somebody destroyed something that you worked hard for, you'd absolutely lose your mind. Yeah, that one makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? Obviously, I'm joking, of course. But next clip.
I get it. I park kind of close. But then you pull up and you do this. Well, don't be mad at me. Don't you sit out the way. I get it.
Nah, son. Nah. He wrong for that. He wrong for that. Like, I get it. The cars are closed. As you see there. They are extremely close. But that's his fault. That is his fault. He's the one that decided to park all crooked. This person is perfectly within the lines. He's straddling the line over here. So that's his fault. And so you ding this other person's car because they parked correctly and you didn't? Like, look at all the space you left on this side. It's not their fault that you that close. You had plenty of space to move over here. Now, that's crazy. Crazy, but, you know, liberal logic for you. Liberal logic, I guess.
Hey,
Hey, so MAGA, I got a question for you. How are you going to rectify it on Judgment Day when Jesus asks you why you let people like Trump and Elon destroy the earth, the entire thing?
Are you serious?
I don't even know what to say to that. The earth. Okay. The entire thing.
So Zelensky, Putin, Xi Jinping, who else? Those other leaders ain't doing nothing?
I will let y'all cook with that one in the comments, all right?
I was just told that I am either awful brave or awful stupid, but either way it doesn't matter because Idaho doesn't need my kind. And I said, well, you're absolute fucking proof that we do need my kind here. I was just told that I am either
I have a sneaky suspicion that he's lying. Like, I have yet to see, a Republican just randomly go up to a liberal that has an F Trump, unless it's for like a video, right? Like a Caitlin Collins or something. Shout out to Caitlin. Unless somebody doing like street interviews. So they're intentionally going up to people who clearly don't like Trump and trying to conduct a street interview with them. But like for day-to-day stuff, just out and about, I've never seen a Republican walk up to a Democrat because they had a Kamala bumper sticker or a F Trump hat or F Trump shirt or anything like that. I've never seen it. Never. Not even on video. And we've all got these. So I got a feeling that he's lying. Nobody said anything to him. He literally just made that up. Made it up.
If you're ugly, don't even talk if you're ugly. If you're ugly, nothing you say matters. If you're ugly, your opinions don't matter. How you feel doesn't matter. What you go through don't matter because you're ugly. That's what I've come to realize in life. Nothing matters but how you look. Sorry, guys. Yeah, nothing matters how you look. So don't even talk. Don't even express how you feel. It don't matter. Okay?
I'm gonna let y'all handle that in the comments, all right? I'm gonna be nice today, okay? Y'all handle that in the comments. Say what you gotta say, whatever you want to say. I'll be reading it, okay?
People like you are the problem. You're like, oh, I had my 3 kids by myself and I had to raise them on my own. So you feel like the next person should suffer the way that you did? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? And where are these kids? Are they doing great things? Like, I need to know. I need more context. Because just because you raised them don't mean you did a great job. People like
this, I know I'm always talking about, hey, I don't want to be actually in politics. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in DC or nothing like this. But it's people like this where I'm like, ooh, I wish I was president and I had the House and I had the Senate. Because it's people like this that I would, oh boy, talk about getting cut off. Oh, yes. The entitlement to think that she is obligated to get assistance because she has kids is disgusting. I'm cutting you off immediately. Sink or swim. Figure it out. Figure it out. And if you can't provide for them babies, you going to jail because you shouldn't have had them in the first place.
Damn.
So yeah, we'll take care of them in the end. But your butt is going to jail. Yes.
Yeah.
100%. No questions asked. No questions asked.
Subscribe, you guys
And like
haven't
I said,
already.
It's
Subscribe.
going to be a 3-tier step. First offense, we're just going to give you a little slap on the wrist. Handle your business. Okay? Second offense, you're going to go to jail and sit down for some time. Third offense, oh yeah, you about to sit down for some years because you couldn't take care of them children. This whole nonsense of having kid after kid after kid after kid after kid after you couldn't even take care of the first kid, no, that would be done if I were president and I had the House and I had the Senate. Absolutely done. Absolutely done. We get some legislation passed to end that. Immediately. That is done. Because that is just absolutely ridiculous and disgusting. The entitlement is crazy.
If you're a white person, I better not hear you use the phrase ghetto to describe anything in your life. If you're a white person, I better not hear you say you matured out of rap music. If you're a white person, please stop talking about black people. If you're a white person, for the love of God, stop saying the N-word. What is the obsession? I don't understand. You know how hard it is to find a fellow cracker who doesn't sling that shit around? If you're a white person, I better not hear you use the...
White apologist. Apologist. Man, oh man, oh man. Can't escape. Y'all comment below.
Come watch me pack because I got an eviction. So, yeah, I got to start packing this up and cleaning it up. And I'm going to take y'all on this little journey with me because ain't no pulling Jeff down. I'm really getting money yet. I'm just at the moment.
No house is dirty as
this is my
hell.
first apartment. I'm going to miss it. So, yeah. So I had to let him out first because it was 7 in the morning. I'm like, I got to start doing content, like, because I really want to be a content creator. Then I got back in there and started doing my room. I was crashing out, so my room looked a mess. All my doors is off the hinges. Shit, life be lifing. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've been on the clean up. I'm just cleaning up. Yeah, I was playing some music and just getting all this extra unnecessary shit in my closet. And some shit, people, I just start throwing that shit away. Because no, it gotta go. And I'm not taking nothing with me when I start over at all.
Right. Some things just lost for words.
I'm just confused. Like, why does your place look like this?
I'm really getting money yet. I'm just
like, what is
at the
going
moment.
Why is everything so
But this is my first apartment.
Like, what? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm just as confused as you. I really am. I really am.
Well, you see, for years, I did that very thing and tried to explain to idiots how they're literally waving goodbye to their rights. But you guys seem to like having a boob shoved so far up your ass you can taste it. So, enjoy. What?
What rights have you lost? So she's responding. For those of you that are confused, she's responding to this question. What rights have you lost? I didn't hear her even answer the question.
Well, you see, for years, I did that very thing and tried to explain to idiots how they're literally waving goodbye to their rights. But you guys seem to like having a boob.
I'm confused. You didn't explain it, so I guess are you saying that you're tired of explaining it? I'm lost. Like, because if you're tired, I want to know what you were attempting to explain, because as far as I can see, we have more freedom right now than we did under the Biden, Kamala Harris presidency, especially if you're a conservative. We got more freedom. We can say a lot more without getting banned, kicked off. I mean, I think people tend to forget how terrible it was when Democrats realized that they were going to be back in power. They banned a sitting president off of social media. Think about that. I'm going to repeat that. They banned a sitting president off of social media. Kicked him off. The president of the United States. He was still president at the time. Was he? I believe he was. Kicked him off. And yet, Democrats are trying to convince us that we have less freedom now than we did when they were in power, but they were literally willing to go as far as banning a sitting president from talking on social media. If they were willing to do that, what do you think they'll do to you? I think we all know the answer to that question. But carry on. I'm gonna wrap up today's episode there.
Things such as harm.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with a reminder that the leftist media doesn't just hate you, they hate Western civilization, and above all, they hate America. Here is MS Now anchor Ali Velshi.
In 1 month, America will mark the 250th anniversary of its founding. Like previous anniversaries, there is a deep unease about this. I feel a deep unease about these celebrations to which I am invited to mark the 250th anniversary of our so-called democracy.
So-called democracy. You know what? I feel a deep unease about people like him becoming American citizens. He only became an American citizen 10 and 11 years ago. Now it's June, and that means it's Pride Month. Yes, a whole month devoted to the LGBTQIA++ 2SL plus community. It's hard to keep up. Here is British broadcaster Julia Hartley-Brewer trying to explain facts and biology.
Going down. Good morning to you. Welcome to the chat. All right, Maggie, what are you talking about? What do you mean by that?
To an LGBTQIA++ activist.
Saying that trans women are women is factually, biologically, provably, scientifically untrue. Trans women, by definition, are trans-identified men. They are men. They are not women. They're not women.
They're not, and the Supreme Court ruling was incorrect.
Now, most sane folk think a month devoted to this movement is a little absurd, particularly when veterans who risk their lives for their country get 1 day, but not J-Lo. J-Lo thinks 1 month is barely enough.
Hi, beautiful people. It's Jennifer Lopez, star of Office Romance, and
What do you mean by MAGA? What? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Let's be honest, you deserve
Name,
all
call, and
months
treat
of the
positive
year,
like team
so
sport.
make
No,
sure
we
this
don't.
one
What did
is
you mean by
extra,
that?
Extra special. In fact, you
Can you elaborate more,
permission
please?
to skip work. Just tell your boss, Jennifer Lopez said it was okay.
Okay. Now to the deliriously dim-witted ladies of The View, and here Whoopi Goldberg blames who else but Donald Trump for Ebola outbreaks in Africa.
Wow. Trump is in America and Ebola happened in Africa. Cross the ocean. Trump has something to do with it. Amazing.
All of this, people are dying all over the world. Right.
Correct. Oh, yeah.
This Ebola thing is something
And with the
that was
role of USAID also, those
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When I look at all of the stuff that's happening around the world, I think to myself, what are you doing?
What's he doing? I think he's being president of the United States. You know, that whole America First strategy. Now, here is more content from The View.
My hat got nothing to do with school at all. Going down, me wearing my hat got nothing to do with middle school. And then when it comes to sports, sports is an adult thing just as well as a grammar school thing or a middle school thing. What are you talking about?
Activist RuPaul getting a little bit hysterical with the help of Joy Behar.
I mean, I hate to get serious, but it is at a time when the rights of LGBT plus community are getting their rights stripped away along with other people. And how do you respond to all that? I know you're responding with joy and wonderness, but is there anything you want to say to
You're
those,
his secret weapon, Joy.
to those people who are stripping your rights away?
You know, we've tried rational thinking, critical thinking. We've tried everything. We tried to convince people, say, look, this plus this equals this. I really don't. I wish I had an answer. I don't know what else to do. As we all
Oh
are,
my God, these Epstein files. Come on, man. We need to chat with these Epstein files. Bullshit. Damn.
And of course, we are told constantly that the LGBTQIA2SL++ community is under attack in the US. But just don't ask them to name any real-life examples.
Do you feel President Trump is oppressive to the LGBTQ community?
Very much.
How has your life changed since Trump entered the White House?
I haven't quite felt any changes quite myself. I don't know if maybe I may just be blind to it.
Do you feel a child should have to wait till they're 18 to transition, or should they be able to start taking things such as hormone therapy and other procedures once they're in their teenage years?
I think we should allow the children to do what they want to do. I think we should allow children to transition.
Let's bring in Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, Pride Month is here. We're going to see a lot of celebrity and corporate virtue signaling.
Oh, joy. There was no awareness at all that that person was saying, you know, I can't think of any examples, but it's there. It's true. Just believe me. Just can't cite anything. And it's kind of getting old. I do feel like we're past the peak of that, but there's still enough of it that you see these carnivals.
But you see the hysteria. You see these people saying, you know, they're going to be rounded up and put in camps. Others who genuinely believe there's been assault against their rights, though they can't name any instances. And this complete ignorance of the fact that Donald Trump was the first president who came to power believing in same-sex marriage and having a fairly permissive attitude in this area, though he obviously takes a dim view of children being transitioned.
Yes, which is a whole different issue, and that person was trying to equate all of it. And we know that there generally is unity, even for the people that are quite liberal socially. The children, when they're minors and doing permanent things, surgical interventions, medical interventions, that is an 80-20 issue. It might even be a 90-10 issue. We know that. Yet these people continue. And Trump, you make a good point. He has always been socially liberal when it comes to this issue, when it comes to abortion and other things. And the flip side, you know, Obama campaign, just to go back down memory lane a little bit, is being very open. And a lot of people believed that would be the case. And he was actually in the opposite direction when it came to same-sex marriage.
He changed his mind in his second term, I think.
Yes, rhetorically, but in terms of how he actually governed, he was more conservative on that particular issue than people believed. But, you know, the mythology continues, and people have perceptions of these presidents that are not always tethered to reality.
Now to New Jersey, and it's been revealed the anti-ICE writer who allegedly bit federal agents was previously accused of distributing child pornography. The New York Post reports the New Jersey U.S. Attorney's Office charged Brendan John Gayer, 26, with assaulting federal officers and causing bodily injury for allegedly kicking and biting ICE officers outside the Newark detention centre, leaving them with horrific wounds, Kosha. We've seen these violent protests normalised, even celebrated by segments of the media.
And unfortunately, this is what you get. There always seems to be something when you dig deeper. They come off, and the media, of course, wants to whitewash them a certain way. And more often than not always, but more often than not, there are disturbed aspects to the backgrounds of a lot of these people. It's symptomatic of, I think, a sick society, and a society that has normalized and does celebrate these things. And if you just have half a century of unchecked immigration, those people are basically allowed to function as quasi-citizens. Mm-hmm. You know, the red carpet is rolled out for them in more ways than one. And now you try to unscramble that egg, which is very difficult to do, and get them out. This is what you get. And you get riots, whether it's in Minneapolis, now in New Jersey. It is so difficult. It's quick to let them in and so difficult to get them out, both because of them as well as Americans, like this person who seem to be aiding and abetting them.
There's an anticipation with the midterms coming up that we're going to see a rise of this sort of political violence. We saw the BLM riots in the lead up to the 2020 election, and there seems to be just more activity in this area before a big polling date. Why do the left, Antifa, whoever's behind these protests and the violence that you see across the country, why do they believe it helps them? Why do they think having this sort of unruly behaviour in major cities is going to actually boost the left vote?
Such a good question. And it does feel like it's a faucet that they can turn on and off. Curiously, the protests always seem to come out at very convenient times politically.
And very organised.
Very organised.
Very organised.
So we all can read between the lines about, you know, what might be happening there. I think it's two opposing forces where it makes them look bad. Of course, the average normal person who's going about their lives sees this kind of chaos and mayhem, and it doesn't paint them well. But the cynic in me, my personal view is that they know it can lead to an incident or two that can generate headlines, like what happened in Minneapolis, where that person was shot and killed in that dust up, and worse had happened with ICE officers. And then over here, if something like that were to happen, it allows them to completely flip the narrative. And even though this is now an 80-20 issue, immigration, and especially illegal immigration, getting them out, mass deportations, never thought I'd see it, but 80% of the country now wants that.
Yeah.
When you see something like this happen, where in that crossfire, an American citizen gets hurt or even killed, as it happened in Minneapolis, that can get people squishy and soft on the issue. And my theory is that that's why they're doing this, because they're trying to cause a bad incident, which allows them to flip the narrative.
Now let's
Right,
look at
Robert. Yep, the left doesn't believe in the consequences.
DC,
No, they don't.
It doesn't get more
They
lefty
don't.
than DC. I think Trump got around 5% of the vote there.
Yep,
But he has said
Welcome to the chat.
cleaning up
Appreciate you being in the
city,
chat, Robert.
and the locals
Name is
are
Deunta.
noticing.
Thank you.
This is crazy. Now, I'm from this area. I've never seen it like this. It's so blue and it's bouncing off the white marble. I've never seen the marble this
Subscribe if you haven't already.
There's two other fountains too that have the same blue water. Oh my God. It smells gorgeous. It looks gorgeous. Oh!
Kosha, that was the Columbus Fountain at Union Square, looking very different to the last time I saw it, and that wasn't long ago. Just an incredible transformation.
She was positively ecstatic.
Yes.
And I think people are kind of waking up and realizing that you don't have to live this way, the way they've been living. We couldn't see her, but she sounded quite young. So in her living memory, the norm was probably for it to be very...
I go live as well, but I do videos as well, shorts, live. Trying to get the information out there to you guys. Check it out. It's free.
Third world, forgive the term, which is how these cities, iconic cities, this is the seat of power, Washington, D.C., or L.A. with Spencer Pratt, related topic, even though, he's got an uphill battle to win. But the one big reason why he's doing so well is because people like clean streets and sidewalks and fountains and monuments. And in D.C., Trump has more levers available to him, so he has pulled those levers, and people are getting to enjoy what it's like to live in a clean first world city.
Well, I played some footage of lefty heartland cities yesterday, places like Seattle, where the Democrats have ruled for over 50 years, and the decay there is just everywhere. And you won't have a population there who know any different. This is life as they know it. It's not even an option to have clean streets and feel safe and not just have homelessness and drug use and that sort of crime right in your face.
You just normalize it. And all these books from 1984 to Brave New World and all of them, you see that in fiction depicted that way, where it just takes a generation and then people's memories are set and they expect less and less of their leaders, which suits the leaders just fine.
Now to a horrifying story out of the UK that really only came to light thanks to Elon Musk's ex. What happened to 18-year-old Henry Novak?
What up, Brian? How you been?
Shame every Brit. It should really shame the police force and the Keir Starmer government. This teenage boy was attacked by Vikram Digwa, stabbed with a Sikh dagger the killer claimed to be carrying for religious reasons. But it's what happened after the stabbing that really should shame the British police and government. The killer claimed falsely that Henry had uttered a racial slur. So what did the police do? They immediately handcuffed the victim, even as he begged them for help, even as he was bleeding to death.
Wow.
I'm going to play you just 10 seconds of the footage of the incident and a warning. It is distressing.
Hand.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
Yeah.
This is
You can hear him there say, I can't breathe, I've been stabbed. And Kosha, the police were more concerned about an alleged racial slur than assisting a victim who was dying.
That is the most horrific thing I've seen. And we are cynical news people. It takes a lot to shake you. And that was just so sad. He's 18 years old, as you say. And there's so many layers to what happened. So there's this rush to fit in the frame of the racial angle, which is obviously what the media is doing, and maybe that was even coloring what the officers were doing. We don't know why they were slow to act. Maybe it's even incompetence, where even if there are people that are known perpetrators, you administer first aid. That is the first thing that you do.
One of the officers didn't seem to even believe that he'd been stabbed. He was disputing that, didn't even bother to check. And you look at the footage, and it was clear to me that this poor kid was in trouble, that he wasn't faking, he was struggling to breathe, he was in all sorts of trouble. And the indifference, the callousness, like you said, it's just shocking.
It is so shocking, just on that level, from the a competence or what have you, the first thing you do is you administer aid, even if you think they're faking it. So that feels like a big fail. I know there's an investigation going on into how that happened. Body cam footage has not been released of the police officers. I think people are going to be chomping at the bit to see that. Like, what did they see? We know nothing about their identities or their background. So that needs to be something that happens fast and hard, the investigation into the officers. But then beyond that, of course, what the perpetrator did, he was so quick to play the racial card. And he's a product of society, the society that has enabled this, that you play that card and it's some sort of shield, some sort of defense against accountability or culpability.
But it seems to cast a spell on the police force. You make that claim and they've got literally a stabbing victim in front of them, and suddenly they're handcuffing him because, oh my God, what if he committed a hate crime and uttered a racial slur? I mean, come on. Now that the killer has been sentenced,
the big beautiful bill, Brian.
Years, Henry's father has addressed the media. This is what he had to say outside of the court.
With his final words, he told officers that he could not breathe. He told them he had been stabbed. In fact, Henry told officers that he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. The response from one officer was, "I don't think you have, mate." The police have said they were misled by the murderer and that the scene when they arrived was complex. Unfortunately, it seems to us that truth is much simpler. The police were told by our son himself and by a member of the public who called 999 that they heard someone shout that they had been stabbed. But the police did not believe them. Henry was pulled across the gravel, his hands forced behind his back, and he was placed in handcuffs. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights.
Damn.
And that was the last thing.
What up, Brad?
Oh, that's just horrific. That's the last thing he heard. And his father went on to say that the murderer was believed and treated with dignity, but Henry was not.
I have no words. It makes your blood boil. You can see the female family members and even actually gentlemen in the back there couldn't hold back tears. I think that's all of us. This is just outrageous. I go back to, why the police behave this way. And even as this individual case gets prosecuted, there's a broader issue here. And I think there's a spectrum anywhere from they really have been brainwashed into thinking that the organizing principle of society is racial, and that is what guides their thought process. Even in these life.
This is a police force
Insane.
that arrests, that pays visits to people who have posted mean tweets or have mothers and grandmas that are offensive to some segments of society. So when you've got a police force with that sort of culture where they are literally going after thousands of people every single year for things that they're posting online,
you're kind of not surprised then that this
they're definitely communists.
Not isolated.
They're definitely communists.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has been criticised for taking so long to release a statement. He's had plenty to say since then. But has he said anything of consequence, Kosha? Because let's not forget, Keir Starmer took a knee for George Floyd and for BLM. He hasn't taken a knee for Henry Novak, whose killing was a far greater scandal.
Yes, and this is a minor point, but George Floyd and BLM were not even in his country. George Floyd certainly wasn't. He's taking a knee for something that happened miles away.
They did riot in the UK. That caused all sorts of damage, and he took a knee instead of condemning that violence.
Another organized protest that somehow just popped up around the world, around BLM, yes. So he's very quick again to do that. It's cowardly. He's a coward.
What up,
That's
Brad?
a way to say you just jump on the bandwagon that's fashionable and safe, and then you take however many hours he took to do this in your own country. Your own 18-year-old citizen had to go through this. The fact that he took that long either means he has no political instincts. It probably means that it's cowardice. Maybe he had to focus group the words to do it. There's something like that. There's no
He's talking about knife violence. Of course, knife violence is a huge issue, needs to be dealt with. But what we're looking at with this case is far beyond that. We're talking about the conduct of the police. We're talking about the entire policing system, as opposed to just the fact that the UK has a issue with knife violence. Kosha Gator, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now watch as GB News journalist Ben Leo is confronted by an angry lefty losing a protester outside an ICE detention facility in New Jersey. Just look how triggered this dude is with simple facts.
Or what? 20 times more likely to commit sexual offences than the Brits? Yeah, native Brits.
The Brits that colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have?
The Brits, yeah.
Yeah, the Brits that did that.
Yeah.
And you guys have the audacity to say that the Afghans and Somalis did what?
It's not audacity, it's just a fact.
Is it not a fact that y'all colonized the world through rape, murder, and pillaging?
This dude was just warming up, and as is often the case with the left, they resort to threats and violence. Watch this.
How dare you? How dare you?
Why are you shouting?
What are you? Because you're. That's why. How dare
Wow.
you? Let's talk facts.
Okay, we'll talk without yelling.
Do something about it. Brit.
Wow.
I'm here to ask questions. How'd you get into this country?
What you talking about? How dare you?
Why are you getting so angry?
Because you're a piece of you're lying.
Did you notice the thug and the nerd are suddenly worried about how this British journalist, who incidentally lives in America, how they're so concerned about how he got into the country? Suddenly they care about borders and legally entering the country.
Can't make this stuff up.
Why are you getting so angry?
Because drone is going, I'm holding everything back not to break your jaw.
Well, you can do it. You would get arrested.
I don't give a bro.
Yes, you do.
I don't give a
This doesn't make your argument look good. This doesn't make your argument look good. Came out here
here to talk
for violence.
Yes.
Well, that's the left. That is the degenerate, violent left. You give facts.
Who started? Came all the way over. Who started?
You are the aggressor.
Give data and they get violent.
Started, I'm gonna finish it. Started, I'm gonna finish it. Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah, I wish you well, my friend.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Hey, why don't you go back to your country? No, I live here, though.
Why don't you go back to your own country? How racist can you get? This is the modern left, folks, dominated by mentally ill women, thugs, and nerds. Joining me now is comedian and host of After Hours with Alex Stein. Alex, there's no reasoning with these people, is there? It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's hear more from the man who wants to represent the great state of Texas. We've heard him call God non-binary. We've heard him claim there are at least 6 genders. And now James Tallarico refers to women as our neighbours with a uterus. This dude...
You can't make this stuff up, you guys.
Every one of our neighbors with a uterus became the property of the state. One of our neighbors with a uterus.
Let's see what's going on. Face the nation.
Texas,
What you got going
you know
on?
what to do. Now to California, and cashed up commies are lashing out wildly against independent candidate Spencer Pratt. The outsider is copping it from all sorts of lefty.
To November and why, right? Because this is a jungle primary, if memory serves. Across the country are holding primary elections today. This includes Montana, New Mexico, South Dakota, Iowa, New Jersey, and of course, California, right? Polls are going to open soon for voters to cast ballots in a series of competitive and expensive open primary races. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Julie Watts. So, Julie, I want to start with California's race for governor. Which 2 candidates in what's a very crowded contest do you think is going to advance to November and why, right? Because this is a jungle primary, if memory serves.
Yes, so it does. You don't have to have a Democrat or a Republican. And if I knew which 2, I would be a rich woman. Right now, the betting market, they're favoring Javier Becerra, President Biden's former HHS secretary, and Steve Hilton, former Fox News commentator and former advisor to a British prime minister. But the latest polls show billionaire investor Tom Steyer is surging, and that race is pretty close. So really, realistically, I couldn't see any of those 3 in the top 2. Now, I do want to know President Trump is urging Californians to vote for Hilton today on Truth Social, saying that, he would work with his administration to bring federal resources. Hilton has been voicing concern over the last couple of days that too many Republicans might actually vote for the other top polling Republican in the race, Chad Bianco. He's a Riverside sheriff, and he's afraid that we may end up with 2 Democrats in those 2 top spot. So he's really urging Republicans to get out and vote. And clearly, President Trump is urging folks to vote for Hilton as well, so that they don't see two Democrats in those two top spots.
So let's talk about the Los Angeles mayor's race, Julie. I was talking to my colleagues at CBS Mornings, Gail King and Nate Burleson, and I was saying, that although it seems surprising that somebody who has no executive management experience, like Spencer Pratt, but could ride a populist wave to the mayor's office is not all that different. I mean, it's happened before in California. We saw Clint Eastwood. People forget Clint Eastwood was the mayor of Carmel, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor. You had I reminded Gail that Ronald Reagan, before he became governor, was president of the Screen Actors Guild. He hadn't really done anything. So it's not uncommon. What are his chances?
Again, prediction markets, it depends on who you ask, right? I think he thinks he'll definitely advance. And prediction markets right now give incumbent mayor and former Congressmember Karen Bass a significant edge. But that reality TV personality Spencer Pratt and the Los Angeles City Council member Nithya Rodman both competing pretty closely there. Recent polls show, frankly, all three of them separated by just a few percentage points. So again, betting markets have Bass way ahead, but polling shows all three are very close together. And to hear Spencer Pratt tell it, he's going to get more than 50% of the vote. Take a listen.
I'm confident I'm probably going to win with 51% on June 2nd because I don't do a political message. I don't do national politics. I don't do tribal politics. I don't talk about other states. I'm localized. I just want to fix our streets, get the lights on. I want people to feel safe. My message isn't political. It's common sense.
So, honestly, guys, I think really we're probably not going to know today or even tomorrow in either of these races because they are so close. And frankly, California is a mostly mail-in ballot state, and most of those ballots are still out. A lot of folks holding onto those ballots until the very end. So it could be interesting, and it could be a long few days for California to figure out who our next governor, who the next LA mayor is. Or, well, actually, let me rephrase that, who the top two candidates to be the next governor and LA mayor are.
Yeah, Julia, he's definitely run a very interesting and buzzworthy campaign on social media. So I'm very curious to see how this all sifts out today. All right, Julia.
Vote red. Don't be misled. You're right on that one. Welcome to the chat.
That state's primaries later tonight. That begins at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, right here on CBS News.
What Marco up to?
By visiting the United States later next year. Separate from that, I don't know if you were here at the outset of my opening statement, or maybe it was in response to one of the questions. I think two things are clear. Number one is that we're entering into a period of strategic stability that I think serves the interest of both countries, because the last thing we want is a largely destabilizing event in the Indo-Pacific. But the second is that there are clear differences of priorities. There are clear irritants in that relationship that are longstanding and that are going to be long-term. As in, so critical minerals dependencies, things of this nature. So it's one of those relationships that's going to require very deft diplomacy and mature decision making.
Sure, and this is why I like our engagement. Like, that makes sense to me. But it seems to me that if the main objective is to kind of touch gloves and initiate conversations, then why give away any of the things that they're already seeking in exchange for essentially nothing? You're basically saying it's better to talk than not to. It's better to engage than not to. It's better to be in a period of stability than not. I agree with all that. I just don't understand why we would want to sell them our second best chips, and why we would start to at least complicate the question of our assurances regarding Taiwan. I'm going to move over. We're going to stay in the Asia-Pacific region. The Marshalls, the Philippines, and Tuvalu have declared a national emergency on their energy situation. South Korea says...
Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Name is Deunta. Thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Flow State. Thank you. Denise Allen. Thank you.
In the Asia-Pacific region. But it's not just a question of opportunity costs and attentional challenges. Now we're talking about our allies in the Asia-Pacific region really taking it on the chin with energy costs because of...
Thank you.
Just hang in there.
Yeah, no, a couple of points. It's one of the steps that we've taken.
Yeah, JD and Mark, Vice President.
Reserves, whether it's not popular,
either
but,
or.
got questions about here earlier today, but making available for a limited period of time both Iranian oil on the water, though they don't enjoy the revenue of it, and some of the Russian oil on the water as well. The third point, though, that this points to is a much deeper one, and that is that while the Straits of Hormuz provides about 20% of the global oil supply, it is probably 80 or 90% of the supply in the Indo-Pacific, given the geography and so forth. So one of the things that I think is going to come about as a result of all this in the long term is more diversification in where they're going to get their energy from, including from the United States potentially, certainly with Japan and some other countries in the region will benefit.
But you know that
Really appreciate you, chat. It's been 2 hours and 38 minutes. 2 hours and 38 minutes. I thank you guys being in the chat with me. Appreciate it.
the sort of project.
It takes time.
It all takes time. So
Understood.
that's like cold comfort if you're running a country and your gasoline and your fertilizer and all your input prices just skyrocketed because of President Trump's decision to go to war with a country clear across the world.
But see, I understand your point, but I also think in all these questions, we're getting a lot of questions about us. I don't think it's fair because ultimately the people who've closed the Straits of Hormuz are Iran, and they're doing so in violation of every international law you can imagine. The Chinese are against it. Everyone is. We have, I think, a record number, 140 co-sponsors at the United Nations on this resolution that hasn't come up for a vote yet to condemn what they're doing.
Look, nobody's defending what Iran is doing. I think what we're saying is this was not just predictable, it was predicted. This was what everybody said. You don't have to be some expert in foreign policy. You don't need to get into a skiff. You can literally put this into an LLM and say, what'll happen if we take kinetic action against Iran? And the first thing that would pop out is, well, they'll probably close the Strait of Hormuz. So it's really shocking to me the degree to which this administration expresses shock that the thing that everybody said was going to happen ended up happening.
But here's the point I would make on that, and that the reverse of that is, so that the alternative is to say, well, then we have to go ahead and let Iran develop a nuclear weapon or they'll close the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, at some point you have to take action on this situation, understanding there'll be a reaction to it, but it cannot be. Iran will always have the ability to threaten the Straits. You don't need much sophistication to, if you threaten commercial vessels and shooting them, they're going to stop moving. Dropping mines, by the way, it's not just Iran that can do it. The Houthis could do it in the Red Sea, and they're not nearly as large as Iran is. I think this is a more fundamental challenge, and that is, are we now forever limited doing it? Do we just have to let Iran go ahead and develop a nuclear weapon because of their threat to close the Straits of Hormuz? That's an untenable situation. But I'll see him tomorrow, so don't worry.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Tomorrow's approach.
I know we're supposed to have a hard stop at 12:30.
No, we'll do it.
Senator Cruz has been patient. I hope you'll give us
only because it's him.
One more bite at the apple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will say, Mr. Secretary, since you left the Senate, I've been obliged to serve Cuban coffee in my meetings because you left me as the only Cuban American left behind. So come by if you want a cafecito. Let me start by saying that President Trump's decision to strike Iran was the most consequential decision of his second term as president. And I want to commend you, I want to commend the president and the entire administration on the extraordinary success we have seen. In less than 40 days, the United States has utterly and completely destroyed the military and nuclear infrastructure that the Iranian regime spent nearly 50 years building. Every day that passes increases American leverage. Iran is weaker, poorer, and more isolated than it's been in decades. The president has laid out 4 red lines for any resolution to this military conflict. Number 1, that there be zero enrichment by Iran. Number 2, that they hand over all of their enriched uranium. Number 3, that they stop funding terrorism worldwide. And number 4, that they open the Strait of Hormuz. I agree with all 4 of those red lines. Do you agree with those red lines? And how achievable do you believe they are in the coming weeks and months?
Yeah, you stated the poor positions the president has taken accurately, and the entire administration is supportive of it because that's what we take our directives from the president. And personally, during my time in the Senate, these would be consistent with my thinking. I would only reverse it in the following order: the Straits of Hormuz, it would have to come first because what they're doing there is unlawful and illegal to begin with. That has to open immediately. And that has to open immediately in exchange, not for anything else other than us lifting the blockade. We have a blockade on Iranian oil leaving. And the reason why we have a blockade on Iranian oil leaving is because they closed the straits. If they open the straits, and by open the straits, understand what we're saying. It's saying you're not going to threaten to shoot at commercial vessels of civilians and create, ecological disaster. That's what they're doing. It's unlawful. It's illegal. It's outrageous. Every country in the world condemns it. If they end that, we lift the blockade. Then we enter into the second phase, which is the nuclear question. On enrichment, they don't have to. They don't need to enrich. If what they want is a nuclear energy program, they can have one without enrichment. And it was somebody a few questions ago, I forgot who it was, said that what we're working on is similar to JCPOA. It is not. JCPOA would have expired this year, and it allowed them to keep all the enrichment equipment that they needed. And clearly that equipment could get them to 60 and 90% because they've done 60% as a result of it. So it would have to deal with that question. And it would have to deal with the highly enriched uranium that they currently are in possession of. There's no reason to have, the only reason to have 60% enriched uranium is to turn it into 90% enriched uranium and put it into a weapon. So those remain, and on the sponsor of terrorism, absolutely. To the point where I would argue, for example, it's one of the interesting things that's happening. I know Senator Shaheen has a great interest in Lebanon. It's one of the most ironic situations in the world. The Lebanese government and the Israeli government could do a peace deal tomorrow. Israel has no territorial claims in Lebanon. And Hezbollah is in particular, in fact, Hezbollah has called for the overthrow of the current Lebanese government. The impediment in Lebanon is the fact that Hezbollah has embedded itself into that country. And it's the reason for all the suffering that's happening there right now and all the suffering that's historically happened. Entirely funded, entirely controlled by Iran. There is no Hezbollah without Iran. There is no Hezbollah without Iran. I mean, there might be a political movement with ideology, but they don't have a bunch of rockets. They don't have a bunch of weapons without Iran. They are a complete, total proxy of Iran, and that's the kind of activity that needs to be.
I want to come back to Hezbollah in a moment. Just focusing for a second on Iran itself. For some time, I have urged the administration, I've urged Israel to arm the protesters in Iran. I don't think it is fair to expect the Iranian people to stand up, protesters to stand up with rocks against soldiers with machine guns. Are we arming the protesters, and should we be?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any program to arm civilians in Iran to overthrow their government. I mean, there may be other countries doing it or other elements, but certainly not the U.S. government.
All right, let's go back to Hezbollah. So you spoke with the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, over the weekend. The State Department sent out an email to journalists.
Right, Alan. So I'm fixing all this trash that Obama and Biden messed up, and Carter.
The conflict in Lebanon, so it can claim
The fixer.
credit for saving the day. I have to admit that didn't strike me as accurate. I don't think Iran wants to keep the conflict going in Lebanon. I think they desperately want Israel to stop killing Hezbollah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think the point I was trying to make is that we are trying to view the Lebanon-Israeli talks as separate and distinct from Iran. And what Iran wants to do is mix it all together. Because Hezbollah is not legitimate. There's a government in Lebanon. That's who we're dealing with. And Hezbollah is not their equal in terms of who we're going to be dealing with or who needs to be in charge. So the point we're trying to make is that is what Iran is trying to stymie. They are trying to stymie any effort in which Israel and Lebanon can work together and prolong it so that if an arrangement is reached at some point in the future, they can claim credit for having forced it through leverage. And that's why you see, for example, Hezbollah agreed to a ceasefire about a week ago and then immediately violated within hours.
You would agree every Hezbollah terrorist that the IDF kills makes America safe.
Well, Hezbollah is a danger to the United States. There's no doubt about it. I think the question is, how do you do that? And how do you achieve the objective of demilitarizing and defanging Hezbollah while at the same time strengthening the legitimate government of Lebanon, and particularly the president and others? That's been the challenge there for a very long time. That remains the challenge now, of course. The capabilities of the LAF are not where they need to be. But there are also elements within the LAF that are not who they need to be because they've facilitated in some cases and cooperate with Hezbollah. So it's a very tricky situation. But I point you back to two things that have happened in the last few months. Number one, the Lebanese government expelled the Iranian ambassador because of Hezbollah. The Iranian ambassador says, I'm not leaving, and you can't make me. Okay, that's number one. The second thing that's happened is just a week ago, Hezbollah openly called, they openly called for the overthrow of the Lebanese government. So no one here should be under any. Hezbollah is not just an enemy of Israel and an enemy of America. Hezbollah is an enemy of Lebanon and of the Lebanese people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Rubio, you've been very generous with your time. We appreciate that. For the information, the members' record will remain open until the close of business tomorrow, June 3rd. With that, the committee is adjourned.
Motion detected at the GMT 1TW02346638.
Keep America safe and secure and eliminate the chance of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. He does have a very America first foreign policy. Whether or not you think that he's not going too far enough with Iran, or whether you think he's going or shouldn't have gone at all. That's what his course of action is here. The frustration he has with Israel is because Israel has to deal with a different threat. Right to their north, in southern Lebanon, which is where this happens, there is a quasi-state, quasi-military proxy of Iran called Hezbollah. And they have been fighting with them for decades. Hezbollah has killed American soldiers. They are not good people. And even though there is a ceasefire with the government of Lebanon, which is miraculous that this has happened, over the decades, Israel and Lebanon have not even really wanted to talk to each other, and they're having talks with the U.S. negotiating and mediating between them. Hezbollah is still trying to provoke Israel. They will still shoot rockets. And Israel, because what they do, which is best for their country, hits back harder than a single rocket. They take out the people that are threatening their citizens. That's not what Iran wants. So it complicates the negotiation with the United States. That is the source of frustration with the president.
Vote blue, more
you're
far
getting
for
in the
you.
way of
Yep.
what I want to do. But can you blame Israel? No, because they are saying we will not be bullied. We will not be pushed around by a terrorist group to our north, that if they're going to keep sending rockets to provoke us, we're going to take them out. That's what we're at. You can agree with President Trump, and you can also agree at the same time with the way Israel conducted it. I don't think it's them trying to loop the United States back into fighting. No, they're protecting their citizens. But President Trump also wants to protect the United States' interest.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? Give me a call. We are going to take as many calls as we can. We only got a couple calls right now, so we have quite a few lines open at 1-800-684-3110 before we wrap up
Thanks,
the show.
Brad.
I always
Appreciate
like
it.
to
Appreciate it.
listen to
Thank
what
you.
you all
Thank
have
you.
to say. And there's thousands of you watching.
Thanks for the
listening
super
around the
chat.
country and around the world even right now. Why not be a part of the show as well? I know it's, get brave. Call in. Be a part of the show. I believe in you. Do you believe in them, Will?
I always have, and I always will.
Yeah, you're controlled by them.
By those 6 phone lines.
Yeah, they're like the Netanyahus of phone lines for you.
They don't control me.
Yeah.
I'm going to yell at them when we get on.
I know.
Get them on
You're going
air.
to say some words we're not supposed to say on the air.
No, I would.
No, you say it in Hebrew. 1-800.
Hebrew.
Sorry. 1-800-684-3110. 1-800-684-3110. Also talking about the LA mayoral race. It's hard to say. We can have a conversation about that as well. 1-800-684-3110. Be right back with more on Secular.
Yes, it is election day and the polls are officially open. 7 o'clock. Voters across Southern California are heading to the ballot boxes to decide a number of high-stakes races that are being watched all across the country, including the battle for LA mayor and the race to succeed Governor Gavin Newsom.
We do have live team coverage this morning. Mario Ramirez is talking to voters at a local restaurant in the Silver Lake area about the issues and which candidates they like.
Coco is in Orange County, standing by to tell what people are saying there. But we do begin with Gigi Graciette. She is in Norwalk at the registrar's office with important reminders for voters this morning. Gigi.
That's right. It's not too late to vote, and you have several options. Good morning, everyone from Norwalk, LA County Registrar Recorder's Office, where business has been brisk. The line is set up. No one in line yet because polls are just officially open. But take a look at the video, because before the sun came up, we actually saw people dropping off their ballots here at the ballot box, and that is one of the options. You can also drop your ballot at any official vote by mail drop box in.
Right. People are dying to get to America. What do you mean by avoid America? These people are dying to get here. There's many people that's been in America that should get their visas put together, but they lived in America for 30 years and got successful businesses and multi-million-dollar businesses. The only thing about it is they didn't get their visa up to date. They had to get deported up out of here. But other than that, you can come to America and get money. Period. It's not that hard. A lot of people are dying to get here.
In the county that you live. Of course, the most popular option is voting in person. Again, polls are now officially open 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And as long as you're in line before 8 p.m., 7:59 counts, you will be allowed to vote. And if you've already filled out your vote by mail but just didn't get it in, you can also drop it off at any vote center. We caught up with some voters this morning, almost everyone telling us they were challenged by the amount of names in each category. Did you find it challenging with all the names on there?
Well, I just didn't realize how many were for the governor.
Do you know how many are for the governor?
I thought it was like more than almost 30 people on there.
61.
Yeah, I had to go flip back, and so it makes it hard of a choice.
Oh, wow. Good one, Brad. Damn.
Because, politicians say a lot of stuff, but it's like a lot of time it's actions speak louder than words, and sometimes politicians don't follow through after they're voted in. And that's the whole idea why people are kind of skeptical. I mean, we see the ads, we hear everything on TV, but still, it's like, what did you really do? Why you were already, like, if someone already in office and voted, running again, right?
You know, we've been talking to voters all morning, and it's so refreshing to see so many conscientious voters. They really did their homework on all the different options, studying what candidates have done, what they say they're going to do. If you can't make it to a polling place, now remember, you can vote anywhere in your county. You don't have to vote in your neighborhood. You can vote at any vote center in your county, and that's applicable in all the different counties here in Southern California. You can also mail your ballot. It just has to be postmarked today, and there's no postage required. Remember, though, sign that back of the envelope and date it. There's a big red X right there where you need to sign it. Reporting live this morning from Norwalk, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Yeah, I was texting you earlier, Gigi, because I've been voting for a long time and covering elections, as you have, for quite some times. And I can't remember. I want to say the last time I voted, I felt like I had to go to my polling center, and then they checked my ID, they looked up my address and all that other stuff. But you're saying now you can basically go to any vote center in Los Angeles County. If you see one, or you can just pull into that and just vote right there.
As long as you live in that county, absolutely. I think they still send some recommended vote centers, the ones in your immediate area. They're usually a community center, an elementary school, maybe the community room at a church. You do not have to vote there. They changed that back in 2020 to make it easier, because a lot of folks leave really early. Like, for example, Bob, Jen.
Hey, Martin, nobody's fighting to go to New Zealand. They're not dying to get there. What are you talking about? America, baby.
All of us, we leave before the
Nobody
polling place even
Zealand.
opens. So we may not make it back to our neighborhoods in time to vote there. So we can vote near our workplace, anywhere in the same county that you live. So if you live in Riverside, you need to vote anywhere, but it has to be in Riverside County.
Right. And you have to get in line before 8 p.m.
Before 8 p.m. As long as you're in line, you're still going to be counted.
Right. And you can also, if you filled out that vote by mail application, the voting tab, whatever it's officially called, that vote by mail, if you filled it out, you can also drop that off at a polling center. So that's yet another option. Or take it to your post office. No postage required. Right. Just remember to sign and date it on the back.
It has to be in that box. Your ballot has to be in the box by 8 p.m. That's when they shut down. All right,
Gigi, thank you.
Thank you. We'll check in with you. So are you fired up on this election day, or do you just want it to be over with?
Mario Ramirez has been talking to all kinds of voters this morning. He joins us live now from Silver Lake with more on what they have to say. Good morning, Mario.
Yeah, we're actually hearing both this morning. We've been talking to voters as polls have officially opened, and some who are still waiting for the very last minute to head in person and cast their ballot. Now, I want to join Bob here. We're at Astro Diner as people have been trickling in this morning. Bob, I understand that you've already cast your ballot about a week ago. So what were the issues when you cast your ballot that were heavy on your mind?
Well, I feel the things are not could be better in Los Angeles, but they could be worse. And so I'm staying with tried and true. I think Karen Bass is she kind of messed up with the fires, but she's doing her best.
Right, vote red, don't be misled. Hey, Martin, you hate America or something, man? If you don't like America, get out the chat, man. Why you in this chat?
And when it comes to the governor's race, another big contest here on the ballot, do you have any idea? Or I guess you do because you already voted. Who did you vote for, if you don't mind me asking?
For Xavier Becerra. I wanted the Democrat who was going to prevent a all-Republican, runoff.
Yeah, and you've lived here a long time. How has the city changed? What would you like to see done here moving forward?
Well, I can remember being able to get from Santa Monica to Hollywood in half an hour. That's never going to happen again, but it was, I wish I could do something about that. It's just you can't get to the beach anymore from here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Bob, for talking to us. So, Bob, again, he cast his ballot earlier, about a week ago, and a lot of people are still waiting, again, to cast their ballot in person. I hope it's okay, Donna. Can I join you for just a second? Great. We talked earlier, and you had mentioned that you were still going through some of the races. So what's on your mind this morning before you head to the polls? Have you had any time to discuss it here with your friend?
No, I haven't, and I actually have the things at my job where I was looking through all the ballots and everything and the measures. So hopefully I'll be able to decide by before I leave work, so I can go and vote.
Great. You got a plan? You know your polling location?
Yeah, it's by where I live.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your breakfast.
Change California.
There you go, Melissa. I appreciate you calling in. She loves California. She loves LA. She's like a Randy Newman song, Will.
That's right. She's a longtime former California resident and also one of our Rumble ranters that are frequently in the chat there. So you can join people on Rumble as well.
Yeah.
Hang out with Melissa. But I think to that point as well, it is hard to motivate people. And even when you look at the split in like a presidential election, I don't think it's truly a 75-25 state or 60-40 state. I think that just the motivation of people that have resigned to the fact that the Democrats are always going to win there, that they just don't go vote. And it's taking someone like Spencer Pratt to motivate people to do something different.
Yeah.
That maybe you'll see something
Speaking of something different, let's swerve a little bit. Joe's calling about Iran. Joe in Texas, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just got one question, man. I mean, I hear that we own Iran's military. Their navy's at the bottom of the ocean, and their ground forces were basically non-existent. So my question is, why do we have to ask Iran for anything? Why don't we just step up to the plate and tell them what we're doing?
Hi, Bunny, 420. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, Joe, we only got a minute left. There has been some strategic moves, and President Trump has talked about this, about not really going after the specific military.
Right.
While they are thwarted, like you said, a lot of their ships are on the bottom of the ocean. We've gone after them. There has been an attempt to minimize, actually, the attack on the Iran's military in a bit due to the fact that they think that they may not be as radical as the...
Hi, Bunny. You might not have to leave if Hilton win governor and Spratt win mayor. You should stay. Yeah, flip it back red. Well, not back red, but at least it'd be purple at least.
The leadership was. So they may be people that we could actually utilize in the future.
That's right. And Secretary Rubio was speaking. He was testifying before the Senate this morning, his former colleagues, and even said they still have a lot of drones. They still have them. That's because of where they keep them. It's not like they're easy to spot on a satellite per se. And so once again, you talk about the threat to the Strait of Hormuz with one-way drones that don't have to come back. It's not a fighter jet that has to go drop a bomb and come back. That is still a threat where if you're trying to keep even the shipping industry and all these things safe, you have to take that threat as a real threat.
All right, that's going to do it for today's show. We appreciate all of you joining us, and make sure you join us each and every day.
Well, let's bring in Tito Ortiz, a former UFC champion and the former mayor pro tempore of Huntington Beach, California. It's great to have you with us. What's your prediction?
Good morning.
We had Steve, we just had Chad on. Your prediction for the primary?
Gosh, it's a toss-up. But
Thank you, High Bunny, for the chat, man. I mean, for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you for guys being in the chat too. We 3 hours and 2 minutes in. I'm gonna keep on playing the video. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Let's grow. Like, share, and subscribe.
But at the end of the day, I hope everybody in California understands they need to vote Republican. And even if they are Democrats, right now it's really about not Democrats, Republican, liberals. It's about taking care of your city and making it safe. It is very, very important. Hopefully everybody don't have to leave California like I did. And I know I live here in a free state in Florida. It's amazing. I love it. Schools are safe. No homeless encampments.
Love here as well. Love is here as well.
Pretty much
All
to
love.
nothing.
Thank you.
The police do their job. They're allowed to do their job. And this is for Californians to wake up and make a great decision to save their state. It's really, really important because a lot of people don't have the opportunity to have the money to leave California as the way I did. So you guys in California, you need to step up. You need to fight for your state. It's really, really important. You guys see how the last 6 years I've been in California where I had to leave. A lot of my friends had to leave. You know, Joe Rogan. So many people left California for a safer place for their family. All you people in California, you need to wake up. Either it's Bianco or Hilton. I endorse Bianco. I just saw an interview that he did recently about saying the police shouldn't back ICE, which is a crazy idea. And I know all these people say ICE is killing people. It's a facade. It's what the mainstream media is pitching. That is their little agenda, what they're trying to push. People understand ICE are killing people. ICE are protecting people to making sure that their cities are safe and the police are homeless. But they didn't want help. And I think really it's just it's a drug problem. It's a mental problem. And they need help. A lot of people need help. And it goes a lot beyond that of homeless where they need somewhere to stay. And I think Pratt is actually doing an amazing job, not as a Republican. And people can understand that. Stop being Republican, Democrat, Libertarian. This is about your safety of your city. And I think Pratt is going to do an amazing job. That's another guy I love. He's
Dirty Money. What's up?
He's one of the guys who's worked hard and been able to make a name of himself where people recognize and respect him. And he's going to do that job, I think.
Oh, yeah. We need ICE. Yes. I'm glad he changed it to NICE. That's nice. The national. Yep.
He's going to smash Bass and get her out of there completely.
Well, it does. The feel seems to be that California voters may finally be ready for a change, because every day it seems like we've got another news story, and it's either fraud or crime or you name it. So we will see. Thank you so much for joining us, Tito Ortiz.
Thank you. I appreciate it. God bless California. Please fight for your state. My mother lives there. I go there all the time. I have land there. I just. Please, guys, please. Who cares if you're a Democrat? Who cares if you're a Libertarian? Who cares if you're a Republican? Vote for the safety of your city. Vote for the safety of your kids, the future of your children, and the future for yourselves to be living in a happy place.
Oh, man. It's for 20 years? Wow.
One of the best places in the world that I've lived my whole life, 47 years. And I had to leave because it was too much for my children. My house got robbed. I got me for about $700,000. I had to carry a gun everywhere I went, and I knew that was a problem because the police couldn't do their job. So California, here's your opportunity. 2028, do something great about it.
We will see. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. God bless.
Well said.
Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, and if you're seeing this, I'm on the road today. Could be a plane, could be a long drive, but wherever I am, I'm out there connecting with patriots who love faith, family, and freedom just like you do. I never want this channel to go dark.
It's going to get better for you, man. You say still technically? Wow. Prayers for you, man. Prayers that you get a house.
Just because I stepped away from the studio. So my team and I set aside this special session in advance for days just like this. So tell me in the comments where you are watching from and how you're living out faith, family, and freedom right where God planted you. This movement does not pause when I travel. It keeps going because you keep going. God bless.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. I'd never been to Hungary before. I've been looking so forward to this because I've been studying Budapest and its architecture from afar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I left the United States as Stephen, but I'm coming back as Istvan. So my life has changed, and thank you for that. And I'm also I'm very excited to be here too because, as you know, Hungary has become very famous around the world, particularly among American conservatives for its commitment to cultural and civilizational renewal. And it's been very inspiring, particularly for Americans, to see a country rise out of the ashes of decades of war and Soviet occupation, an astonishing return to its original Habsburgian grandeur. And now I'm getting to see it firsthand. And so I'm like a kid, we call it in English, a kid in a candy store. I just feel like everywhere I look, I get the view of the Parliament building from my room. And I got up very early this morning because I'm a little jet lagged, and the sun was rising. And it was shining off the Danube, and I'm just looking at the Parliament building. I'm just saying, thank you, God. This is it's just so wonderful. And, it's wonderful what you're doing as well, because there's something here that I think many other cities have lost. A sense that a civilization built something permanent and something that was meant to proclaim who you are, what you believe, and how those beliefs are as timeless as the stone structures that embody those beliefs.
But first, if you're suffering from joint pain, it's not random. Doctors from the Wellness Center say it's your body, its cathedrals. It can restore its castles. It can construct its facades and its colonnades, all of which are very amazing for an American, since our oldest buildings are 100 years old. But the real question then is, where does the soul of the civilization live? Where is civilization actually formed? And our classical forefathers, the great philosophers of Jerusalem, Athens, and Rome, had a profound answer to that question. A civilization is ultimately formed in our children, our pedia. And that means it's formed in our education. So I think that's why we're here today. The same civilizational impulse that's rebuilding the castles and the cathedrals is also rebuilding our education. The cathedral and the classroom are not separate projects. They're two expressions of the same idea. You can't have one without the other. And what I hope to show in our two sessions together is that we're all here part of an astonishing civilizational renewal that's happening all over the world, for good or for bad. So scholars from a number of different disciplines, post-secular studies, demographic studies, sociology, geopolitical theorists, they're all together recognizing from their own disciplinary vantage point that the world is going through a profound transformation. The great secular experiment, that confident Enlightenment wager that modernity would slowly but surely dissolve faith, drain the cathedrals, empty the seminaries,
and leave humanity in a disenchanted world governed by technique and managed by experts. That experiment is failing. It looked like it was going to win for some time, no question. But scholars all over the world are admitting the experiment has never been as weak as it is now. And this is largely because we're seeing nothing less than the great ancient civilizations of the past in almost, sorry, I like anime, kind of like kaiju-like fashion, rise up from the depths below and returning in all of their splendor all over the world. Confucian China, Hindu India, Shinto Japan, Ottoman Turkey, political Islam, and most especially what I hope to show today, the rise of a new Christendom, a vast and vibrant Christian civilization. And there are numerous explanations as to why this is happening, why the world is returning to the great civilizations of the past. There's the Russian-American sociologist Peterim Sorokin, who founded the sociology department at Harvard back in 1930. He seems to be closest to the mark in his profoundly insightful concept.
We are not going to let a billionaire or Trump's hand-picked candidate take over this state.
I am optimistic as hell, and there can be a bunch of people standing in the way trying to with us. Yes, I'm highly aware of that.
There's a majority for change. I've had enough of the crime,
Okay, I got you.
chaos, and the
It says show the news. Okay, I got you. Let's see.
Well, three candidates hoping to be the last two standing in the California governor's race. Let's bring in LA GOP chairman Roxanne Hogue and Emmy Award-winning journalist and host of Stella News, Stella Escobedo. Thank you both for coming on. Roxanne, you first. Let's put it up on the screen. We've been waiting for these. This is the latest poll. This is the Berkeley IGS poll. And there you have it. Javier Becerra at 25%, Steve Hilton at 21%, and Tom Steyer, the billionaire, at 19%. The rest doesn't look like they're going to make the top of the two. It really is a three-person race at this point in time. What do you think about the last-minute kind of machinations going on here, Roxanne?
There's a lot of push polling, a lot of you should go this way because everyone else is going this way. The truth is that for the first time in a California election in a long time, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know.
Yep.
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. I want to play this. This is Tom Steyer, and he's congratulating. We did this with Kevin Corke. He's congratulating A.B. Hernandez. We've had the girls on that he competes against on the show. They think it's clearly unfair that they have to compete against a male. But now the bottom line here is that everybody gets a gold medal, right? If you win and you lose to A.B., they give a gold medal to everybody. So it's kind of crazy. Here's what Tom Steyer said about this 80-20 issue. Watch.
I'm so proud of you for what you're doing. Yeah. So proud of you for succeeding. So proud of you for competing. That's really the point.
Are we really going to have a situation where the Olympics are going to be held in a state that is still clinging on to this fringe ideology?
I mean, the IOC has already said, no, this is not going to happen in the Olympics, but California is still latching onto that. Tom Steyer knows it's an 80-20 issue. It's a bad issue for him. One, Stella, what do you think about that? And two, we'll talk about the poll.
Listen, I got to tell you, he's the radical. He's the radical one running in this. He's the billionaire who is, pouring all these millions of dollars into his own race. But I got to tell you, I mean, this goes against science. It goes against biology. It goes against everything. I have two daughters who play sports. Mm-hmm. Really, it's disgusting. And AB obviously dominated the girls because it's biology,
right?
Okay, and he would have never even made it to the championship with the scores that he had in the boys. I mean, but does it shock me? No, this is Tom Steyer.
Right, and Tom Steyer's at 19, and we talked to that. Steve Hilton's got 21% and 25 at Javier Becerra. Top two, go. I mean, what's your thought on this?
Listen, you have one candidate who really wants to save California, and he can, which is, Steve Hilton.
Right.
You've got the establishment guy, Javier Becerra, Democrat establishment, former Attorney General for California, under the Biden administration, HHS secretary. Yep. And then you have the radical Tom Steyer, who, by the way, I don't know if the viewers know this, Tom Steyer donated to CARE. Okay, the super PAC for CARE was the largest institutional donor for Mondami's race when he was running for mayor.
That's the trend. That's the way things are going now. I mean, that's kind of the thing is everybody just got, you socialism on your sleeve. That's the way it goes now. You have Karen Bass calling Spencer Pratt a villain. She said the following.
I think for the undecided voters to understand that they have a choice to make. And that choice is a reality TV villain? Really? How did that work for us on a national level? That's one choice. The other choice is a city council person who's been in City Hall.
Joining us now, NBC News. We begin this hour in the Middle East and the dimming hopes of a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. The two sides exchanged a new round of strikes overnight after weeks of provoking each other, the U.S. targeting drone and radar sites in southern Iran. In response, Iran fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at American troops in Kuwait. The Pentagon says all the missiles were intercepted and no U.S. troops were hurt. This morning, Iranian state media reported the regime has suspended talks with the U.S. to protest Israel's deepening offensive in Lebanon. But President Trump posted later on social media that talks with the regime are continuing, quote, at a rapid pace. Joining us now, NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Tel Aviv, Israel, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, we'll start with you. There has been a lot of different information coming out of the White House from President Trump. He's done a series of interviews. What do we know at this hour?
Yeah, and you're right to point that out, Kate, because it is painting a little bit of a confusing picture over the last few days. We've heard from the administration that they are very close to this potential tentative framework that we thought the president was reviewing. He said himself publicly that he was going to be making a final determination on that in a Situation Room meeting on Friday. Then over the weekend, it seems like that was not what was going to actually take place, that the president was seeking to refine some of the terms there. And then today he spoke to our own colleague, Garrett Hake, and responded to reports that Iranian negotiators had walked away from the table, saying that he was okay with that in fact the negotiations could be stalled, that the U.S. could wait Iran out for an undetermined amount of time, and that he wasn't too concerned with that. But he also put that into the context of saying that it didn't mean that the U.S. was going to go and, quote, start dropping bombs again necessarily, that in fact, again, he could just wait and see how this played out. But as you pointed out in the introduction, the president also mentioned a short time ago that the negotiations are still underway, and he says that they're taking place at a rapid pace. Though, Kate, we have seen that kind of language before, where it's the president who says we could be close to some kind of diplomatic breakthrough, only for that not to be the case in reality.
Yeah, multiple times, I would say. Monica, thank you. Richard, let me bring you in. The U.S. and Iran trading more strikes overnight, as we said. What can you tell us about those?
So those strikes are only part of the story. There's the diplomatic piece.
Twice as long as I have.
Again, no talk about here's what I've done, here's what I'm going to do. She's talking about that's the way you try to get out of this kind of thing. Let's put these up. This is the mayor's race. Put them up on the screen. You got Karen Bass at 26%, Nithya Raman 25%,
What up, Darnell?
22%, all within the margin of error there. This thing is a dead heat, Roxanne.
It is, but we have to remember a couple things. One is betting markets and polls aren't votes. And the very young people that the Democratic Socialists of America rely on coming out are not coming out. Second of all, Karen Bass, I will take a former reality show villain over a real-life villain who allowed people to burn alive and who destroyed Pacific Palisades on her watch.
What do you think? I mean, you're kind of in the know. You know the numbers. You talk to a lot of people. Spencer Pratt, you think he makes the top two?
He absolutely.
Good afternoon. Yeah, work. That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
Run away and close it away with 50% plus one vote. The incumbent is underwater in her approval. She's not getting to 50%. And although I'm the chairman of the Los Angeles County Republican Party, I'll tell you that Democrats are flocking to Spencer Pratt.
So all I have to say is,
welcome back.
This is what a villain looks like: a father, a husband who is running to save Los Angeles for the mothers of LA, animal lovers. I'll take that villain over this woman who wasn't even here. She was in Ghana when the Palisades were up in flames. Thousands of homes. You know what they say in America? They say you've made it when you have, you own a home. That's your American dream. The American dream for thousands of families went up in flames because of who? Her, Karen Bass.
Yep. We shall see. We are going to be here with all this stuff. It's going to be very, very close. I can tell you that. Stella, Roxanne, thank you both. Yep.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
But we begin here in California with the contest capturing the nation's attention. Christina Coleman live with new polling and what the candidates are saying. Christina, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Trace. Democrat incumbent Mayor Karen Bass greeted voters at a diner today and bashed her challenger, Spencer Pratt.
It's not just that he has no experience in city government. I don't know that he's ever held a job in his life other than to be a reality TV star.
And yesterday, during a campaign event, Spencer Pratt voiced his disdain for how the Democrats have handled the city's ongoing homelessness crisis.
A lot of people say, oh, he doesn't have any experience, but we all have the experience living in this city. We know what needs to be changed, and as a city, we will change it together.
The latest UC Berkeley poll shows the mayor's race at a statistical tie between Bass, Pratt, and Democratic Progressive Councilwoman Nithya Raman. Also, it's close in the governor's race, with the top candidates making their final push to voters. Here's Republican Steve Hilton and his opponent, Democrat Javier Becerra.
If I'm there as governor and Spencer in LA, what a revolution that would be for California. The energy behind Spencer is very strong in LA.
We are not going to let a billionaire or Trump's handpicked candidate take over this state.
The polls close at 8 p.m. local time tomorrow night. Mailed ballots must be postmarked on or before Election Day and received no later than 7 days after tomorrow. So it could take some time before we get those final results. During the 2024 primaries, it took 2 weeks to count 99% of the ballots, Trace.
But at showtime, 8 o'clock, we're going to get some information about who's on the lower end of the echelon.
J.R. Weezy, what's up? What's up?
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Yep.
These scoundrels run to other areas. I just learned this morning, now they're infiltrating the home healthcare space in California, which is equally a problem because now they're taking advantage of a different sector of the population, this time Medicaid, but using nefarious techniques and technologies to do that as well. And again, these are organized criminal syndicates, we believe, in many instances. That's why being a personal care service attendant, which is, again, doing something that your family would normally do for you, carrying groceries upstairs, driving you somewhere, that job is now by twofold the most common job in California, and it's the most common job in New York. Again, this defies belief that you could get that much growth in single sectors, but these are well-paid jobs that have become now ubiquitously available. There's not been strong guardrails. The last administration did not think that this was an important endpoint. The endpoint was enrolling people and getting people onto these different programs, and that has led to a tremendous opportunity for corrupting the system, and that's what we're witnessing. With that in mind, there's lots we can do to fix these problems. We've been aggressively going after states, red and blue. We wrote a letter to Florida. The difference, by the way, was Florida responded by saying, we know we have a problem. We're going to double down. We want a moratorium on all of our durable medical equipment suppliers. Why? Because there are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's. Again, not really possible unless you're looking the other way. We're not looking the other way. We're aggressively taking on these challenges. And I'm going to reemphasize something that I'm hoping everyone appreciates. But if you're defrauding our most vulnerable citizens in America, do not walk away from this threat. Run away from us because we're coming after you. All right. I've got. Give me 1 second. I was actually given a cheat sheet, which you all know I got. Shelby, the new media. Take it away.
Thanks. I actually wanted to ask about that nationwide moratorium. Industry groups are really concerned about growth and employment getting hurt if that moratorium expands beyond 6 months. Would you rule out an extension of that moratorium, or do you expect that it's going to be expanded?
I'm not going to rule out an extension. We have been talking to industry groups about these moratoria. In fact, this is for everybody watching, all of you as well. We benefit from whistleblowers. Our most important whistleblowers have been members of industry who know the game, know how you can cheat it if you're unethical, and they point out to us when these problems occur. So we do not want to hurt the folks who are earnestly involved in hospice, in durable medical equipment suppliers, personal care services. They're good people in these businesses, but we're going to slow down the growth of these sectors till we can get our arms around the problem, because it is of massive magnitude to us. Let me go to, let's go over here. Go ahead.
Dr. Ross, thank you so much. Kara Castronova from Lindell TV with two important questions that the American people voted for and care deeply about. Many Americans fear our future administration could reinstate COVID-era vaccine mandates through Medicare and Medicaid funding. Would you support and create reforms to prevent that from happening again? What can you do during your remaining time at CMS to ensure Americans are never forced to choose between their jobs and a forced vaccination?
Well, the president talked about this a bit on Friday with an executive order that desires to provide states with better science to be able to make educated decisions. It is an embarrassment that during COVID we allowed ideology and fear to dictate healthcare policy. Many clinicians at the time couldn't understand where these ideas were coming from. It certainly soured the American people on the trust that their government had historically had in regard to commending public policy efforts. The president argues, and he's right, and Secretary Kennedy strongly believes we need gold standard science. We need that science to be able to help families make better decisions.
Subscribe if you haven't already.
Driven issues, usually, especially mandates, to make those decisions more wisely. If we can do this in the right way, it will be very empowering, because who loves children the most? Their parents. No matter what we might say, they're the ones who need to have the information.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
They should have the ability to make the wisest choices for their kids, not based in fear, but based in science. Stephen. Let me go one at a time. If you ask multiple questions, I'm only going to answer one anyway, so we'll come back. I promise. I talk quickly. Go ahead.
Dr. Ross, thank you. And I actually have two, but we'll see what you like.
I'll answer one. Pick one.
Well, the first is on most favorite.
Yeah, next up, 2,500. Yep. Yep.
I was hoping that you could explain why the administration thinks it's important to pass
It's coming.
legislation codifying these deals. Is the fear that a future president might walk away? And what you make of the congressional pushback? And also on my tragedy derived from Kratom, President Trump has expressed interest. Can you describe the debate within the administration on that?
Let me answer the first one, because there's not a big debate on the second one. The reality around the most favored nation drug pricing is the president has dealt with the entire problem for this administration. But these contracts expire after this administration is done. So like so many things the president's trying to do, he's trying to set it up for the next administration so that they don't have to fight the same battle. Now, it's going to be difficult for pharmaceutical companies to pull
long term.
but we still believe it makes
That's
sense.
why I like Trump. Long term stuff he be having going on.
Helpful. Think about the $600
None of that quick, fast, Band-Aid, patch up crap.
The average American over the next 10 years. It's just a massive number that they voluntarily, sort of, gave back because the president went after them and said, you got to deal with this problem. And by the way, when we knocked on the door of these pharmaceutical company leaders, you know what they said? We knew one day you'd come for us. They weren't surprised. They knew that this couldn't continue. So the president wants Congress, which I know has a lot on its plate, but there are ongoing discussions around the great healthcare plan. Just last week, the Workforce Committee pushed something out that is going to be on PBM reform. Pharmacy benefits management companies are the middlemen that often are involved between the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies. So there's other parts of the legislation moving forward. But just to remind you, the great healthcare plan is codifying most favored nation drug pricing so it lasts for decades into the future. We believe it should. This is all forward-looking. Doesn't hurt these companies today. Just make sure America's protected in the future. We want plain English insurance policies so you can actually understand the document that you're being given. We want transparency. When you go to a hospital, to a doctor's office, that you actually know what you're getting. Guys, as a doctor, when I prescribe something for you, I often don't know what it's going to cost you to pick up what I just told you to get. These are things that are fixable, and the pharmacy benefits is another part of this. Let's go to, I'm going to write, Daily Wire, Mary.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. Right over here. Thank you. My colleague Lou Broziak just reported, and he's done a lot on this. His investigations into Medicaid fraud and home health have repeatedly brought in the foreign-born healthcare operators. Is CMS tracking what percentage of home health recipients are refugees or foreign-born, and why are foreigners using these programs at such higher rates than for Americans?
Uncle Grandpa, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Says lunchtime. We should eat on.
We've already recouped.
Enjoy the video.
Told California they owe us $2 billion. We've got half of it back already.
Like, share, and subscribe.
We'll get the rest because they have state-based programs that we don't have a lot of visibility into, but because of the Working Families Tax Cut legislation and other rulemaking, we are no longer allowing foreign folks who are here illegally to benefit from these programs. Just to put it in context, in California, if you're a Medicaid program in California, until this administration, you got full dental and full vision benefits. Now, I'm for those benefits. I like them, but we don't give that to Medicare patients. And so we should at least be equitable, and all of us together should decide what we are going to do as a nation. So if we as a country decide we're going to go in one direction, you can't have states splintering off if they're going to spend the other people's money. The fraud, for example, that I'm talking about, and the use of money for illegal immigrants, the people who pay that bill, when it, for example, the largesse of California allows folks to get benefits that the rest of the country doesn't think is appropriate for illegal immigrants or home health care providers, that money's paid by folks who are taxpayers in New Mexico, which is a blue state, and Mississippi, a red state. So this is not partisan. Everybody is taxed extra and has to put more into the kitty because some states are doing things that we don't think as a country, well, we would like to have happen. That's why this administration has been so dogged in this issue and why the president has been so aggressive. Go on, Barry.
On Ebola, if Kenya does end up blocking the U.S. quarantine facility there, and it seems like they might since the Kenyan courts are delaying it, where will Americans who have been exposed end up going? And then why can't they just come to the United States? I mean, I think you would probably agree that the U.S. has pretty good health care here. So where will they go, and why not to the U.S.?
Jennifer, the main issue of having a facility close to the Democratic...
That's stupid as hell. If they sick, keep them over there. Don't bring them over here. That's the problem now. Especially with this doggone Hunter virus. Happened on a cruise ship, also they supposed to let them go. That's stupid. No, keep them quarantined.
Republic of the Congo is if a patient is sick. Again, I'll speak as a heart doctor. I want to take the patient to the OR that's right next door to the room they're sick in, not to the building next to them, or to 3 buildings 2 blocks away, because that time is precious to us. You have a golden hour in many of these instances around trauma.
There you go, Oz.
It's also relatively short. So we are confident, and the State Department's working on this diligently, that they're going to be able to work out something with Kenya. There has already been a fair amount of communication around this issue. We have and that's about it. There's a UK base there. We have other people who might be willing to welcome us, and we have our German colleagues as well. So there's many places we can send folks, but sending them across the world, especially when we're not sure what's going on with them, is probably not the wisest move. In red, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. This is the 4th checkup that the president has had. He's supposed to have 1 a year. He's had several CT heart scans. What are the doctors looking for? And second question, I think you might like this one better. Who has been your favorite cabinet secretary so far to do the briefings at the podium?
That may not be my favorite question. I mean, they're all obviously different. I think Scott best.
Now, Iran wants to stop talks with the U.S. Why? Because Israel you better have picked up, because you know I got tea. Get your Donald John Quavia stuff. This keeps your liquid so cold and so hot, whichever you prefer. Summertime coming up, you need something. So, link is in the bio. Now, Iran wants to stop talks with the U.S. Why? Because Israel just will not do right. They done attacked Lebanon, okay? Either we gonna shit or get off the pot. I'm tired of all this hemming and hawing and booting and bucking now. Donald John Quavia is what we're doing. But what he said about it, Donald John Quavia said, just relax, let him handle these talks and handle these jackasses. So hopefully it'll come to a resolution soon. Now, Ebola is in the Congo, but nurses were released from the hospital after full recovery. So we're not gonna do these scare tactics, guys. You can recover from Ebola. We're not going to do this thing again where y'all going to scare the masses into a frenzy because you think it's going to be a pandemic. You can recover from Ebola. Now, this race in California. Child, let me give you the gossip. They burned the ballots and vandalized the voting center. Nice try, Karen ass. I'm sick of this. Spencer Pratt is going to win. I'm sorry, I'm calling it. I think he's going to win because people are tired of the bullshit. And for some strange reason, I believe that he's going to do things for the city, like make sure that the firemen have access to, water. Yeah, let's get Spencer Pratt in there, people. Now, America's 250th celebration may be canceled because artists we forgot were even living decided to cancel their performances. Why? I'll tell you why. Because they didn't think that a celebration at the White House was tied to the White House. I wish I was making it up, but I'm not making it up. This really happened. They said they didn't know that it was political. They didn't think performances at the White House was political. Okay, Donald John Quavius, just get the ones who actually got sense and just happy that America is turning 250. I'm sure there are some out there. I'm sure there are plenty artists out there that we would actually like to see that you can get to perform there, because Milli Vanilli, I didn't even know they were still on Earth. Now, let's get some better artists, some artists that we actually want to see. I don't know. Either way, I'm done with this. Make sure you get links in the bio.
Humor is fabulous. Marco is just an earnestly funny person. We can tell all kinds of stories about Marco's entertaining commentary. I think JD was spectacular. You know, he's just very on his game, understands the issues, and he understands the American people, which is, I appreciated his presentation so much. And I did watch them all, by the way, just to prepare. I'm a doctor. I try to do my homework. I prepped for the case. The first issue was about Ebola. No, about the examinations.
He's had 4 already. The president's supposed to have 1 a year.
Yeah, so I actually have talked to the president about what he's sent to all of you, and I think it's just a routine, regular exam.
They concerned about Trump's health all of a sudden, and Biden 4 years falling up and down the stairs on a bike, shaking the ghost hand, don't know where to go, saluting somebody's not there, and he keep on asking about Trump's health. Really? Really, media?
Damn. You remember I had the president on my show 10 years ago, and he also presented records. And at the time, I was stunned at how well he was doing, because so many of these numbers naturally over time will start going in the wrong direction. But if you look at these records, they're spectacular. You know, his cholesterol, his blood pressure, all the numbers are in excellent parameters. His ability, and listen, I work with him frequently. Many of you get to see him almost every day. That amount of energy and that amount of mental acuity does not exist in a vacuum. You have to have a vessel to carry it. And the president has a unique ability to just keep going at all hours of the day with remarkable strength. Let's go. Right behind you.
So the administration has been stressing reshoring manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing as part of that. From those announcements of those 17 pharmaceutical companies, what's the timeline that we could see those projects come to fruition? Is it summer? Is it end of this year?
Well, these companies are already making investments in America. Some are ongoing, some have announced. I went to a ribbon cutting in one in Charlottesville recently. And so there's a lot of investment coming to America. But think about what you would do if you're a pharma executive. If you're a pharma executive and America's open for business and we're trying to support innovation, you know, saving people from, you know, cancer, autoimmune problems, dementia, all these different, you want to be where the action is. So these companies are coming here. It's actually a brain drain from Europe in particular, but other parts of the world as well, of companies who want to come here. So it's not just that we're already going, it's going to get bigger and bigger and louder. No, the jobs are starting when the first time you hire someone to build a plan for you, we have a job. If you're asking for people with picks and helmets, that's also coming quickly. But again, I've been to facilities that are already under construction, so they're starting. And it will get, and the president and I visited a facility in Cincinnati a few months ago that, again, they already have the facility, they're already running the facility, they're making additional investments to upgrade their program. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I know this isn't your wheelhouse, but you are speaking on behalf of the White House today. Can you respond to any of the criticism from Republicans on President Trump's decision to tap Bill Pulte, who has no known intelligence experience, as acting DNI?
Well, I think Bill is a great guy. I know him socially. I've not worked with him in his current job, but I do trust the president's judgment. He is a very sharp, quick study of people, their emotional abilities, and their ability to persevere in the face of hardship. So I have confidence in his decision. Yes, ma'am.
Back on Ebola, given the World Cup coming up and millions of visitors coming to the United States, on the U.S. preparation for this, who is in charge of proactive surveillance measures, and what type of surveillance will the United States be doing for visitors coming in? Will that be expanded beyond the DRC, Uganda, and Sudan? Can you describe what is in place, knowing this influx of people coming soon?
So Jay Bhattacharya, who I spoke to this morning, who is our brilliant leader of the NIH, but also CDC now, is running this program. He's got a lot of help from Dr. Heidi Overton and many others at the White House. So it's a well-constructed game plan. They aggressively got into, and they're funding now a lot of the treatments that are being offered in the DRC and the Kenya facilities, just an extra way for us to take folks who are Americans who need help. But we have very purposefully put up testing tools and mechanisms at the major airports that people will be traveling through. I have great confidence in Jay's ability. He's a brilliant scientist and knows a lot about viruses. You want one of the most important papers really describing the true reality of what was happening during COVID early in the pandemic. It got him in the hot water because it was not convenient to hear it, but he's a brave man who will make the right decisions to be transparent about it.
Just back to the question about Bill 50, congressional statute says any appointee for the position of the Director of National Intelligence shall have extensive national security expertise. What extensive national security expertise does he have?
Ma'am, you're asking me a question that's not in my lane. I'm so focused on making sure Americans are healthy that I have not been looking at what other agencies are doing. Go ahead. Yellow tie, go.
Sure. All right. Okay.
Yellow tie.
That was fun. Dr. Oz, just now you said that it should be surprising to people that personal care service attendant is now by default the most common job in California and the most common job in New York. The U.S. healthcare industry has been growing rapidly, 7 to 8% annually. It's an estimated $5.3 trillion in growth. Healthcare accounts for about 18% of GDP. Why should people be surprised that in two of the most populous states in the country, a healthcare-related job like that would be a common job when it is, again, one of the fastest growing and continuously growing industries in the U.S.? I mean, what's going on here?
The primary difference between paying for a hernia operation and paying someone to be a personal care service is the reason it's concerning to us. If you're having a hernia operation, you have a scar. So I know you got something, and you have a doctor who is licensed, and you had it done in a facility that's also credentialed and has been inspected. When you get personal care services as an unlicensed person in an unmonitored setting, promising they did something, that's a lot of handshakes and finger crossing and hoping that it worked out okay. This is a problem that has been growing for years. It's just gotten now to a crisis mode. It's just difficult to imagine that it's twice as many jobs as anything else. It's not that healthcare jobs aren't important. Of course they are. But if we put guardrails around these programs, we'll allow them to thrive. I'm here because I love Medicaid. The president has already said he loves and cherishes Medicaid and Medicare. Medicaid in particular is the ultimate payer of last resort. We cannot allow these programs to be defrauded into a turmoil that they cannot pull up from. And so if we love these programs, we'll make the difficult decisions. Let me pivot from that just to describe what came out yesterday, which is the work requirement rule that our agency, and Dan Brillman and Capri Snap did a fantastic job writing this, though with a lot of states. But as you know, in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which I believe saved Medicaid. And the reason I say that is our actuarials told us we would be spending $5.4 trillion more for this program over the next decade if we didn't deal with some of the legalized money laundering that was siphoning money out of the program. Part of the reason that this is so attractive to states is they could take money in ways that it was not designed to be used, paying people along the way so they didn't have to pay for it themselves. I get it. I understand why the governors did it, but it didn't align the president with the governors. With that law, we also had a work requirement rule. Now, what was that? Work requirement was based on concepts that date back from when Bill Clinton was president with the temporary assistance for needy families. When the Democratic administration said the fraud is getting so bad, the abuse so big in these programs, we need to clean them up. We need to get people to try to work. It's a path to prosperity. I hope you share this belief, that we're put on this earth with agency to change our future, change the country's future, make the planet a better place. We're put here to make a difference. But if you're sitting at home, which is true for the millions of people who are able-bodied on Medicaid, on average, you're spending 6.1 hours watching television or just hanging around. That's not why you're here. So as a path to prosperity, Congress very wisely said, let's get you back into the workforce. Let's require you to get free healthcare coverage, to be able to work for 20 hours a week, or volunteer to make up the difference if you haven't worked 20 hours, or get an education. Just participate. And so that rule came out. It's a, I think, beautifully written effort to try to define for our nation what your part of the puzzle is. Because if you are going to get something that of value from the American people, there should be some obligation if you're able to. If you're not able to, if you're disabled, if you're, and one of the categories that are well defined in general, not able to work, it's different. But if you can work, you should get up and work again, because that's historically how it always was. In 1965 rather, when Medicaid was created, that was the deal. There were 11 million people in the program. We perverted that. Yes, sir.
Doctor, thank you. Since you're here speaking on behalf of the administration, part of the reason we're asking about the president's decision to appoint Phil Pulte to be the head of national intelligence is it's been 4 hours and we've been asking the White House why he's qualified to do so. You're a heart surgeon or a heart doctor?
Yeah.
Would you recommend a patient go see someone who isn't?
You're asking the question with the premise that Bill Pulte is not qualified. I don't know anything about his situation. I appreciate you wanting an answer. I'm not going to be the one giving it to you. Go ahead.
Got him.
What are you doing, first of all, to remove any illegal immigrants who are still receiving Medicaid from the program? You mentioned earlier that's something you're working on. And then secondly, Medicaid reimbursement for Planned Parenthood will resume July 4th unless Congress acts to extend the One Big Beautiful Bill. As CMS administrator, what's your message to Congress on that?
On the illegal immigrant side, I'll take one question at a time, if you don't mind, just get a lot of folks. We have, because we now can do it, a very straightforward way for the 44 states that don't have state-based Medicaid plans for us to be able to audit if the people that we're paying for are citizens or not. In the state-based plans, like I mentioned in California, and there's a few other states, Colorado, Washington, et cetera, Illinois, they have their own plans. So we have to now audit their plans. This is a challenge, and that's why before I came here, I met with a bunch of Medicaid directors from many states, red and blue, and they want us to help rebuild the tech infrastructure of Medicaid in this country. Imagine 50 balkanized programs. You spend $20 billion a year, $20 billion for tech infrastructure, and we're not getting our money's worth. So we're putting $200 million more because the Working Families Tax Cut legislation. We've got negotiated, Dan Brillman did $600 million of in-kind contributions from the vendors to be able to get the work requirement done in an effective way. But I think it's the first step of a much larger national opportunity to fix how data flows. And one more bit on this, Medicare's billing system, which many of your relatives are using, was a 1979 era COBOL-based system. I don't even have engineers who know how to use that system. And so if you're going to really use cloud-based tools, if you want to use technology to help Americans connect better with the healthcare system, you have to update them. The president has been supportive of this, so we are upgrading the system. And my hope is that we can use the tech transformation tools of this government to bring people to work with us from the private sector. And every major tech company is a partner of ours. Now we're pledging 700. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to follow up on her question behind me. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day. And I do actually believe that he's curious to make sure everything is going in the right direction. He's a very meticulous person in so many ways that are often underappreciated. But for him to want to know all the numbers and keep on top of them, it's the same reason he calls people at odd hours, because something's on his mind. He wants to deal with it. Yes, in purple.
Yeah, Brian Reedy, he's on some random guy's chat as well. He's subscribed to him. He can subscribe to anybody. Everybody can subscribe to anybody's channel. It's all good.
I don't think the president sits in the Oval Office and makes individual investment decisions, but I don't know about that issue. But knowing him, I suspect someone else is making those decisions for him. But wait, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. The Obamacare subsidies expired earlier this year. What negative consequences have you seen, and do you see any policy adjustments that need to be made?
I usually be starting my chat around 8 in the morning.
2015, 16, 17, 18, 2020.
But I started late
there were 9
lately.
million people.
But it's all cool.
Obamacare. 9 million. Today, it's more than 20 million. Like, what happened? What happened was we completely took the guardrails off. And I know this because I'm working in the agency that actually was told to take the guardrails off. And because there wasn't an earnest desire to keep track of whether you were appropriately on it or not, but more importantly, just get the number to where we all feel good about ourselves, we had massive increases of people joining the program. We believe that 35% roughly of the people that are using the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare exchanges, because they've never used the program once. They've never filed a claim. may not be legit. And that actual number may translate to, I don't know, 5-6 million people we could be paying premiums for because they don't have to contribute anything. So they don't even know they're getting it. These are people who have Medicaid, and someone, often a broker, is dishonestly enrolling them on in an Affordable Care Act, or they're in 2 states at once getting full insurance paid for by us in multiple states at once. So we have evaluated these numbers. They're extremely concerning. There's a very strong effort by us. We actually made a rule 2 weeks ago that starts the process. We had tried to do this when we first came into office. Court enjoined us. They did not feel we'd followed appropriate APA guidelines, government guidelines. And so we redid it and now went back out again. But if you care about the ACA, then you want us to take the fraud out. And let me just take a step back. If we want you to go back to work on Medicaid, what's going to happen? You're going to start making money. As you make money, you're going to make enough money. You get above the poverty level, you're going to want to buy an Affordable Care Act product or private industry. Commercial insurers are going to start using it. That's a good thing. We're getting America back up. They're getting into work, getting them into the stratosphere, building prosperity. So we want these programs to work together. But if you've got millions of people, literally, who are getting insurance that they don't want, they don't even know they have it, and we're all paying for it, that's tens of billions of dollars we're throwing away. That increases premiums for everybody. It drives affordability down. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. Sir in the back, in the rear. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose.
Only one question. Doesn't matter. One question.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and American president has a good relations. And there's a report they are going to meet in Turkey and the United States game in Los Angeles. Have you heard about it? And also there's a NATO summit in Turkey in July. So you're Turkish American, I don't know, do you have any idea? Are you going to join? And what you're thinking about Erdogan and Trump relations?
I have no idea about these meetings. I've not been invited to anything. I suspect I won't be invited to everything because I've got a lot of work to do here. I'll give it right there. Go ahead.
Yes. Jordan Conrad from Gateway Pundit, back to the illegal aliens on Medicare and Medicaid. Last October, you announced that you had found over $1 billion in federal tax dollars going to illegal aliens. How much has that amount increased as of today? And, it's kind of like fish in a barrel. Are these people being referred to immigration for prosecution and deportation?
The number has doubled from what I said last year. We're about $2 billion. The good news is that many states realize this is a problem and they themselves have stopped doing this. It's the same basic story again and again. We as a nation make a decision because we're one people. Individual states have to take that decision and use it to the best of their ability. Some states don't do as good a job as other states. That's why we're looking to individual states for leadership, for better ideas to deal with many of these social problems that unfortunately begin to pile up over time, and they threaten the very foundation of our social net that supports all of us. That's why this matters so much. If you quiz the vice president, he grew up in an environment where he saw people abuse this. I know that's the case of people who are in the task force right now, the Anti-Fraud White House Task Force. So there's a passion about this, and for good reason. I mean, the president calls the vice president Elliot Ness. He wants him, he likes the fact that he's taking this seriously, he's going at it, and he's doing what's best for the American people by making some tough decisions. One last question, take it away.
Back to the policy, but with a national security angle. The president has pushed very hard to
It's challenged Plattner's claim that he didn't know the tattoo's meaning. With a Nazi tattoo, who has every crazy position that you can imagine under his hat, that maybe this isn't the best choice possible. So now, even on MS Now, the televised mental institution known as MS Now, they are starting to turn on the guy, and we'll show you how the lefties don't know how to deal with this, because they know if they turn on him too far, then the progressive base will burn them down too. So that's why leftism has basically become an endless hostage situation where everyone tries to destroy everybody because they know if they don't, that they will be destroyed next. That's the sort of bumper sticker version of it. So look at this. Here's a little timeline here that MS Now put up yesterday about Graham Plattner controversies, and I'm going to read them, and I'll give you a little context to each one since we haven't covered this too much, but this is a joyride. So on August 19th of 2025, he officially launched his campaign. On October 16th, 2025, he deleted Reddit posts. Give you a little context there. Journalists uncovered years of deleted Reddit comments made under a pseudo-anonymous account. Posts included remarks critics described as sexist, racist, inflammatory, and sometimes supportive of political violence. Most attention focused on comments about rape prevention that could be viewed as victim blaming. October 17th, 2025, political director resigns. Little context. Campaign political director Genevieve McDonald leaves the campaign after that Reddit controversy we just told you. October 21st, 2025, chest tattoo with Nazi origins reported. And there it is. He's got the SS tattoo. Context: reports reveal Plattner had a skull and crossbones tattoo resembling the Nazi SS Totenkopf symbol. Not resembling it, it was it. October 21st, 2025, former aide disputes Plattner's explanation. Little context on that. Former associates challenged Plattner's claim that he didn't know the tattoo's meaning, right? Because they're all saying he had it for years and he did know about it. May 13th, 2026, full archive of deleted Reddit posts published. Context: the archive reveals a broad pattern of controversial remarks on race, sex, policing, guns, and politics. Oh my God, is this guy a scary right-winger? He's doing all the things. May 30th, 2026, now we're almost there. Sexually explicit texts with other women reported. Context: reports allege Plattner exchanged sexually explicit messages with multiple women while married. This is just a few days ago, guys. May 30th, 2026, Kick account allegation. Reports and context. Reports connect Plattner to an active Kick messaging account used for sexting, and the user age range on this Kick platform is 13 to 24. Okay, so and there's his picture. You even live, bro. Okay, so there's a lot around this guy, the Nazi thing, all of the, like, pick a far left crazy policy, he's in on it, right? Like, he's basically just a younger, sort of angrier Bernie, something like that, and they just love this guy because he's just awful, so they love him. That really is what's going on here. Anyway, now all this stuff is breaking about the guy, and MS Now, as we just pointed out, reported on it, and here's CNN with a bit more.
He obviously presented himself as an oyster farmer, but then the financial disclosures come out, and it shows that his income comes from disability, and that the oyster farm that he works on doesn't really make much money, and often is supplying his mom's restaurant. You also have that he introduced himself as a working class Mainer. He at one point went to Hotchkiss prep school. He said that he got a $200,000 loan from the VA for his first house. Then it comes out that actually, his dad loaned him the money.
Okay, so surprise, surprise, they're suddenly catching him in lies. He's not, it's sort of like AOC. She's Jenny down the block, like she came from nothing in Harlem. Turns out that that's actually not the case, or wherever it was. It's the same kind of thing. They need their origin story to be awful, even when and they need to be awful, and they're oppressed and all of those things, even when they're privileged and they get these VA loans, and then or when the dad pays instead of the VA loan, and when it's endless. It's endless and obvious with these people. The question is, will the Democrat base in Maine, do they want to vote this guy in, and will they accept that he's basically fabricated his history and everything else? Here's my friend, and he'll be on the show Friday, Michael Singleton, one of the few sane people over on CNN, explaining that people can accept a mistake. We all can accept a mistake. It's when you lie over and over and over again that maybe voters are going to turn on you. What do you think?
Voters can forgive a mistake. This is a pattern. This is a pattern of a guy who continues to lie over and over and over again. Well, the Nazi tattoo. First he said, I didn't know what it actually was. It turns out he knew it was several
No, I don't
years
think
ago.
I don't think
It
that's
is true.
necessarily the
Then when
case.
Manu and even the New York Times, our Lulu Garcia, asked, "Is there anything else?" Absolutely not. My record's squeaky clean. I want to focus on the issues.
What was he going to
that
say? Yeah,
matter
to
to
have
people of
skeletons
Maine.
that are going to come
And what
out.
happens a week later, we find out that this guy sexted 12 women, and you have to presume that none of these ladies will come out and give an interview. Is there more to come? I think Democrats are looking at this and thinking this is a massive mistake.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you can see they're thinking it's a massive mistake. When MS Now is suddenly covering a progressive in not a good light, they're realizing, oh man, we must have stepped in it. I don't know who that witch sitting next to Shermichael was, but the fact that she's still running cover for his Nazi tattoo is just completely ridiculous. I'm pretty sure in the history of the world, everyone who's ever gotten a Nazi tattoo knew it had something to do with Nazism. I don't think that's a great leap. Now, what's funny about this, we're going to jump on warning. Wait, do we have the warning and the bleeping sound? And we do have something? We do. I don't even know. I haven't even seen this yet, right? Is it video or just audio? It's just audio. So we are now going to show you a clip of The View.
Hilarious. 4 hours in, you guys. This will be the last video. Really appreciate you guys on the real. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh yeah, get rid of her ass. Yep. How you doing, Johnny?
You're getting avocado today. A little extra guacamole, my friend. Okay, so we're going to show you a clip of The View. You can play it again right before we throw in the clip. And they sort of don't know what to make of this because they're all in on all the crazy leftist stuff. But now it's becoming so obvious that this guy is ridiculous and bad news that they kind of have to turn on him, but they're just unclear how to do it. We're going to show you 2 clips. Let's warn them one more time.
Hilarious.
These are character flaws that I'm tired of hearing about.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
I'm just like, just keep it in your pants. Just stop being stupid.
This is a character flaw. This isn't, Plattner has said, he did it in form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
So they making an excuse for a fascist. A guy with a tattoo on him, a Nazi tattoo, they cool with that. Making excuses for this man. Trump got no tattoos, no ties for no type of Nazism. Or Nazi, how you want to put it. And yet, they call him one, a dictator, but this man got a tattoo. Representing Nazi. And he defending this guy. Come on, lefties. Come on, Democrats. Y'all bogus as hell.
Changed. This is a problem. The Purple Heart recipient, by the way, the video he insulted was a man who took fire to save his team. And he said, this stupid guy should have died. It's only because they didn't have good aim that he's here. If you were capable of saying that at any time in your life, you've shown me who you are, and I heard you. This man should be nowhere near Congress.
Okay, so I think this is super, super interesting. And this is one of those ones where when people say to me, Dave, why do you show clips of The View? This actually is kind of important because they are still, when it comes to females who vote, they are still hugely influential. And they've been all in on if there is a bad lefty candidate, they love them, right? If there's a decent Republican candidate, they hate them. That's how it is. That's obvious. And then, Alyssa Farah gets her cookie and they pat her on the head. But the fact that finally now enough stuff has come out where they're turning on this guy is super interesting. But now watch. So that's, what's her name again? Sarah Haynes. That's the one that my mom always wants me to say is not Mom. This is for you. Sarah Haynes, not completely insane. And there's even Whoopi doing what I think is right there. Like, yeah, dude, like if you were sexting with kids on a underage platform, and like, okay, so there's Whoopi. I'm really trying today. And Sarah Haynes, that one's for you, Mom, being decent. But here's now Sunny Hostin, and look how conflicted she is because she wants progressive power more than anything. And it might be a little too late to ditch this guy, so she doesn't know what to do with herself.
I am conflicted. Thank you.
I am conflicted. They asked Cory Booker how he felt about this because I think all the allegations are true. The sexting with other women while married is definitely true because his wife is the person that gave the messages to his campaign to give them a heads up. So the fact now that he's saying that part is messages.
I think she said that he had. She told the campaign, but we haven't seen messages.
But she disclosed it.
Right. Yeah.
So why would she lie about that? So that part is true. He's also made racist remarks against African Americans. So he's a cheater. He's an anti-Semite, because the fact that he had that tattoo for 20 years and didn't know what it was is a lie. So he's a liar, a racist, an anti-Semite. He's a homophobe.
I can't believe this. Even though she's having her own little struggle session there, because she still doesn't know whether she really wants to support him or not, because it's too late to get rid of the guy. But Sonny Hostin just said several true things at once. Of course he knew what the tattoo was. The cheating thing, his own wife told the campaign, that's true. That's how people know about this. And then someone on the campaign staff then leaked it to the media. But meaning the wife, in essence, she knew he was cheating, sending these messages. And when they were vetting him, she warned the campaign staff, this is the type of thing that come out. Then somebody on the campaign over the last week or so actually broke it to the media, has said homophobic remarks, blah, 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 blah. I can't. Is this the first time ever? Have we ever played a clip of Sonny Hostin on this program where I have said, my God, that was like ballpark sane? Is this it? Is this my retirement show? Goodbye, everybody. Anyway, they don't know what to do because it's late to get rid of the guy. He is a wackadoodle leftist. Now there is, I mean, the idea that they have called all of us Nazis and Trump Nazi and MAGA Nazis and Hitler and all this stuff for 10 years. And now they're running cover for a guy that had an SS tattoo for 20 years, pretending he didn't know what it was. That in and of itself should be enough to show you what a sham this whole thing is.
Pointed and
this is the damage control.
It makes me really angry, disappointed.
But
this is his wife.
I find it really shameful that there's a group of media outlets and people who are willing to spread gossip instead of talking about real issues that Graham is running on, like healthcare and education and childcare.
Gossip.
Well, I mean, he's a communist. That's what we.
There you go. There you go. Right. I mean, the tattoo says it all. But you see this type of stuff. This is the rule book. So we're gonna go ahead and put his wife out there and have her to make a post. She had the soft puppy dog eyes. Oh, my sweet Graham. He's not like that. He's a nice, caring individual. It's a typical playbook all the time, man.
Yep. That's sad, man. And people keep falling for it.
Yeah, keep falling for it all the time.
Same results every time.
Every time.
Now, I'll show you how they just don't know what to do, right? Because there is no leader of the party. There's no moral order of the party. The only thing that's holding the Democrat Party together is the quest for power right now. And when that's your quest, you're going to be in bed with a lot of bad people. So here's a compilation of several senators and congressmen basically running cover for Plattner because in their mind, they need that seat no matter what.
I mean, do you think he's fit? Do you worry about Graham Plattner? Are you okay with him because he's a Democrat?
Well, I'm going to wait to learn more about these recent allegations involving his texting other women. Ultimately, though, it's going to be up to Maine voters what they decide.
What's your view?
Sharpest attack, huh?
I'm busy running for governor of Colorado because I think we're living at a moment where the families in this state are getting crushed by the cost.
He was really honest about the place that he was in his life when those things happened.
What a bunch of scumbags. Like, may this be a note to Republicans: never, ever apologize or turn on each other. And I hate to say something like that. I really do. But look at the way these people will excuse literally anything. Adam Schiff, who's just one of the, Shifty Schiff, perhaps Trump's greatest name, like one of the worst people who basically created, almost not quite literally, but was the prime driver in the House on the Russia hoax and Trump impeachment and all that stuff. He'll wait to find out if the texts are real. The texts are real, 100%. Plattner's wife gave them to the campaign. It's only that the campaign leaked it. So that's one thing. Like, and do you just not care about the Nazi thing anymore? You guys have been screaming about Nazis are here. But the point is they don't know what to do. So now I want to connect this to one other thing, because because there's another race happening in New York right now for Congress, and there are two. I've played clips of these guys before. These are generic lefty losers. The first one is Brad Lander. This is the guy who a couple weeks ago we showed you a clip of him where he speaks at a mosque. He's a Jew, and he goes to the mosque and he tells them how bad Israel is and how much he loves Palestine. And then Mamdani spoke, and then quite literally after that, the imam got up there in Arabic and talked about death to the infidels. So this guy is just a dimmy, ridiculous lunatic, and he's up there with Dan Goldman, who is also absolutely horrible lefty, but he's not quite that horrible, right? So he's like the Jasmine Crockett to the James Tallarico of what's going on in New York, like bad on everything, but that guy's even worse. Anyway, they had a debate last night in their little race, and just to point out that everything with these guys is a race to the bottom. Here they are debating who called to abolish ICE faster.
So I first called for abolishing ICE in 2018. Representative Goldman first called for it a month or two ago. He's a Danny come lately to the movement to abolish ICE. What they have been doing this last year is indeed especially egregious.
Can we get that guy Marsman? I can't deal with these low testosterone guys anymore. That guy does not have testicles. I can't do. What is it? Why is it there are so many people that talk like this? I'm just nothing. And you're just a dimmy nothing. I go to a mosque and tell them like they're going to behead you, you pathetic asexual loser. That's what's going to happen. And in this case, I probably wouldn't object because you know what? You kind of brought it upon yourself. So there he is. I was always for abolishing ICE, right? Like, I want all the illegals here, and I want the super meth on the street and the mayhem and the crime. He just did it last week. And then Goldman was like, well, I was thinking about it beforehand. Like, good luck, Democrats. Good luck with all of that. Send that guy. Get Marsman on the phone for me after the show, and I'm going to send Brad Lander a lifetime supply of Marsman. I'll pay for it myself. I'm not kidding. Let's talk about superpower for a minute, which he could use a little of this too. And then we'll talk about Jill Biden, who's on her book tour. Remember, she's making Jake Tapper's book tour look good. Go. Healthcare has always been reactive, waiting for problems to show up before doing something.
Ever seen Joe like that before or since? Never.
Or since.
Yes. Or
You've
since.
never seen him like
Never.
that.
No.
Wow.
What happened? I don't know what happened. I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke. And it scared me to death.
Did you ever see signs that he was falling into cognitive decline?
No. Yeah, he was slowing down. He was getting older. I mean, we all observe that. When you know, it's a very intense job. I think it ages you quick.
God, this is so crazy. We are watching the exact same type of reclamation project and lie through the media, the lies that get laundered through the media, exactly what they did when Jake Tapper wrote that book. You were part of it. Jake Tapper, you were the media part of covering for Joe Biden. Why is it that literally before Joe Biden was president, I was talking about his cognitive issues? I'm not a wizard. I don't have a magic 8-ball or anything else. And you too. Why is it that all of us online were talking about that for years? Even when he was vice president, there were some grumblings about some of that stuff. But then it was pretty damn clear that by the time he was running, something was not right. And what she's telling you is she thought he had a stroke, even though if you try to remember where you were the night of the debate. I'm sure most of you watched the debate. Remember, it happened right at the beginning. And everybody, I think we can maybe even find a tweet if we can look for it. I'm pretty sure I tweeted out right before the debate something like, the whole night is just based upon how long it will take Joe to break down. Like, everyone kind of knew that was the thing, and it happened basically immediately. And then the moderators basically helped him get through it, but it was a disaster. And then, as you know, then the airlock broke. Then suddenly that night, CNN, MSNBC at the time, etc., then they were all allowed to talk about what was wrong with Biden, even though all of us had been talking about it for 4+ years. Of course, right after that debate, even though she apparently thought he had a stroke, here she is telling him he did a great job.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the... And let me ask the
crowd. What did Trump do? Why? Yes.
God, you look at him standing there, and here's where I can try to do the human part, even though it's hard to do around him because the whole thing was such a farce. But with his hands clasped, and he kind of looks like he doesn't know where he is. And you did a great job. That's what you would say to a third grader who got there first.
You did a great job, Joe.
Or on a test or something. Just completely ridiculous. So anyway, you've seen all of that already. But now she's on this tour, basically pretending that what we all saw in real time didn't happen. Here she is being asked about, that moment right there.
I'm his wife. I've got to lift him up. So we go to the next event, and I'm thinking, what do I say that will lift him up? That is true. I want to say the things that are true. And so I said, you answered every question. My mind's racing.
That's a pretty low bar. Yeah, that's a pretty low bar. Not only is it a pretty low bar, the fact that she says, I want to say something that's true. He answered every question. How about the question that he completely fumbled and he started talking about Medicare and it was an utter embarrassment, and he was not fit to be president and certainly not fit to be president again. Here's a bit more from that interview.
You continue to insist that the president was fine. How do you square thinking that he may have had a stroke with what you were saying in the days and weeks after? How do you square that?
Well, look, Craig, look at it from my point of view. So I'm watching, just like everybody else was, scared to death, like what is going on? He gets off the stage. I see he appears to be okay. He says to me, Jill, I really, in other words, messed up, didn't I? And I said, yes, you did.
You said, yes, you did? You didn't say, honey, I think you might have had a stroke. We should probably go see a doctor. It's just absolutely absurd. But the reason I'm showing you this is you really have to understand, they're still able to get away with this stuff. There are people who are watching those mainstream media programs with Jill Biden going, oh, she does seem like a good woman, and she just wanted to tell the truth. And, she had no idea that anything was wrong with Joe. It's completely absurd. And then we're finding out more, even subsequently, from her. Look at this from Tom Elliott, the journalist on X. Jill Biden in early 2024. Maybe it's a bad sign Joe wakes up 7 times a night to pee. Now, we do know he subsequently was diagnosed with late-stage prostate cancer. Jill Biden, after Joe's humiliating debate performance later that year, had he grown too old for the job? And I hadn't noticed. Obviously, that's an excerpt from the book. And it's just completely absurd. But now I want to flash back 6 years, because 6 years ago, and I can't believe now, I'll give Jake Tapper a little bit of credit, he tried to acknowledge that there was something wrong with Joe Biden right to Dr. Jill's face.
Your husband has been known to make the occasional gaffe.
You can't even go there. You can, after Donald Trump, you
Well, that's what I
cannot
want.
even say the word
I can't even say the word gaffe.
Nope.
But are you not?
Nope. Done. It's gone.
The gaffe issue is over.
Over. So over.
All right, I don't have to give Jake that much credit, but he did try a little bit. But
Yeah,
guys,
she was the auto
there
pen.
is no comparison. Even now, even Donald Trump now, years later, that was 6 years ago, Donald Trump doesn't make gaffes where he doesn't know where he is or what he's saying or can't finish a sentence. Does Donald Trump speak in sometimes like some circular-y kind of ways? And has he always done that? And he speaks in a lot of bumper sticker stuff all the time, right? Sometimes he repeats himself right after, but it's not a repetition out of, I don't know what I just said. It's just sort of the way he is as a salesman. It's the same thing he's been doing for all these years. Joe Biden literally could not get to the end of a sentence. We have no idea still truly who was the president and who was in charge of that auto pen and everything else. And while we've already put all that behind us in a lot of respects, and there will likely never be anyone to pay the price for that, and no one will ever admit what they actually did and everything else. The reason I'm showing you this is because you still have to acknowledge the media still smooth out the lies, and it's just incredible that people still fall for it. However, a little something is changing in mainstream media, mostly thanks to Barry Weiss over on CBS. We'll get to that in just a second, but first, Balance of Nature. You've probably heard people talking about getting more nutrients in your diet, but actually doing it consistently, that's the hard part. That's
Wow, Trump is our president,
makes
man.
things simple. You're getting real phytonutrients, the natural compounds found in fruit and vegetables, a bit, and then people would start paying attention to it again. They'd say, oh, this does feel a little more honest. This feels like journalism. And then that, in and of itself, because it would garner people by being decent.
All right, you guys, it's 4 hours and 22 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get off. I'll be back tomorrow for you guys. Really appreciate it. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.